Welcome back. Here's the latest on Good Day Chicago just before 6 a.m. this Friday morning. The Christmas holiday travel rush begins tomorrow, and it could be one for the record books. AAA predicts more than 122 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles from home. Most will be driving, but at least 8 million are expected to fly. That's not the only number that's up. Domestic flight prices are averaging about $900. That's 7% higher than last year. American Airlines plans to increase the number of flights it is offering at O'Hare this spring. The airline tells Cranes it will have over 25 more destinations than it does this year. It comes as the carrier battles United Airlines for space at the airport. American lost several gates to United during its expansion out of the pandemic. A new report shows inflation eased last month. The Consumer Price Index was up 2.7% for the year ending in November. Economists have predicted it would top 3%. Cooling inflation supports Federal Reserve policymakers who've endorsed cutting interest rates.
Right now at 6, more officers will be on trains and buses across Chicago this morning. The CTA is putting their new safety plan in motion.
And developing overnight, the suspect in the Brown University shooting is found dead. We're going to have the very latest on the investigation, now tying him to the death of an MIT professor.
Final votes could be cast for an alternative budget plan for Chicago today. We'll let you know where things stand as the end of the month deadline draws closer.
And taking a live look outside this morning. Bundle up, everybody. It is going to feel very winter-like today after a couple days of milder temperatures. Mike says it won't last long.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Friday. I'm Natalie Bobke.
I'm Anthony Ponce. Let's get straight over to Mike Kaplan to figure out that when we're back to the milder temperatures. Good morning.
Tomorrow briefly, and then for a long time starting on Monday. Morning, everybody. Yeah, what a difference a few hours makes. We have some breaks in the cloud cover already. I know a lot of you are still seeing a couple of flurries out there. They're showing up on radar. There's not much left of this. It's just kind of blowing around a little bit. You can see some of these little snow shower or flurry elements sneaking through. What we all are enduring, gusty winds and cold temperatures. Look at the numbers: 10 at Aurora, 13 at Chicago's lakefront, 11s at O'Hare, Waukegan, Woodstock, 14 at Valparaiso, and in Morris it is only 11. And of course, that's only part of the story. This is what it feels like. The wind chills below zero. 7 degrees below is what it feels like. O'Hare, Midway, Chicago Heights, and Kankakee. 11 below is the wind chill at DeKalb. Not much better in Northwest Indiana, but if you can be patient, next week, a long run of above average temperatures. Let's get you out on the roads and rails. Natalie, do we have any problems this morning?
Only issues are on some of the L train lines, so I'm going to go over those with you here. Blue Line service significantly delayed this morning, resulting from an issue at the Forest Park station. Blue Line train standing near Forest Park because of signal problems. Crews have been out there for an hour trying to get this working again, but then again, that's Blue Line service delayed at Forest Park. Also on the green and pink lines, Harlem-bound green and Cermak-bound pink line trains are bypassing the Lake Station. So if you hop on the Lake Station, you're not going to be able to get on there because of a defective station entrance door. All kinds of problems this Friday morning. Hopefully your morning is off to a great start. Let's check those travel times. Looking great. If you're coming in from the big airport, we got 26 minutes to downtown on the Eisenhower, 390 to downtown, 25 minutes. On the Stevenson, I-355 to the Drive, 24 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan, coming in from 95th, 21 minutes. Anthony.
Thank you, Natalie. This morning, Chicago police officers and canines, they're patrolling trains. This is a new security surge. It is being rolled out today. Roseanne Tejas has more from the Belmont station on these new efforts. Roseanne, good morning.
Good morning. Well, the CTA has been under growing pressure to step up security after some horrible incidents recently, including that attack on the Blue Line train in which a rider was set on fire. And also, this comes after the Trump administration demand that the CTA improve safety or risk losing federal funds. The CTA says the number of sworn officers on buses and trains this morning is going to increase from an average 77 per day day to 120. And for canine guards, the number goes from 172 to 188. The officers volunteer to patrol trains on their day off as part of CPD's voluntary special employment program. The agency says they're deployed strategically based on crime data and CTA information, and the riders that we've talked to say they're on board.
Like K9 units or CPD officers on there. Seeing an officer, just them being present probably would make people like act a little bit more, in order. So hopefully that helps.
Now, this is phase one of this plan. The CTA says that as they continue to track rider feedback and also the crime numbers, they will make adjustments as needed. At the Belmont station this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago.
Thank you, Roseanne. Appreciate it. And the new safety push comes on the heels of that horrifying attack last month when a man set a woman on fire on the Blue Line train. Suspect Lawrence Reed faces a terrorism charge in this case. We have reported on his lengthy rap sheet, and new overnight, he is facing new arson charges for allegedly trying to set City Hall on fire 3 days before the CTA attack. Reed is scheduled to appear in court this afternoon.
We're following developing news this morning. The man suspected of killing 2 Brown University students and a professor at MIT has been found dead. Police found the body of 48-year-old Claudio Neves Valenti inside a New Hampshire storage unit from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. Officials say the people of Providence can finally breathe a little easier.
Over the past 5 days, minutes have felt like hours. But the people of Providence have done what we're best at. We've leaned on one another, come together and supported one another, and showed the nation what a tight-knit community looks like.
Neves Valenti is a former Brown student and a Portuguese national. After officials released his identity, President Donald Trump suspended the green card lottery program that allowed him to stay in the United States.
The Justice Department must release its files on Jeffrey Epstein by the end of the day today. This deadline comes as House Democrats release these new photos from Epstein's estate. President Trump signed a bill in November giving the DOJ 30 days to release the records in a searchable format. And they could contain the most detailed look yet at nearly 2 decades worth of investigations into Epstein's sexual abuse. New overnight, the Department of Justice is suing Illinois over its refusal to release millions of voter records. The lawsuit claims that the Board of Elections is violating federal civil rights law. The DOJ says the law gives the U.S. Attorney General sweeping powers to obtain these records. Similar lawsuits have been filed against Georgia, Wisconsin, and the District of Columbia.
The Chicago City Council could begin final votes on an alternative budget plan today. It notably does not include the corporate head tax that the mayor's been fighting for. The revised package raises taxes on plastic shopping bags, authorizes video gambling, and applies congestion fees to Uber and Lyft rides downtown. Mayor Brandon Johnson has yet to say whether he plans to veto the plan. Now, if they don't pass a budget by December 30th, Chicago will see an unprecedented government shutdown. TikTok has signed a deal with the U.S. to avoid a ban on the app. The deal, backed by President Trump, sells off the company's U.S. assets to a group of mostly American investors, and that includes Oracle and Silver Lake. A law signed by former President Joe Biden last year required the app's China-based parent company, ByteDance, to sell or face a ban over security concerns.
In a tweet, Indiana Governor Mike Braun says the Hoosier State's ready to roll out the red carpet to lure the Chicago Bears across the state line, adding that the Bears recognize their pro-business climate. This all comes after Bears CEO Kevin Warren penned a letter to season ticket holders saying that they are expanding their search for a new stadium site. Indiana State Rep Earl Harris is now leading the effort to lure the Bears to that region.
Look at the Bears and Chicago and where they are now. Moving to Arlington is actually a further trip than them coming to East Chicago, Gary, or Hammond.
And the reaction in Illinois, not so positive. Governor Pritzker called this a, quote, startling slap in the face to the beloved and loyal fans.
If they build the stadium on my favorite, the Planet Zeptar,
Yes.
fans would still find a way to go. They will follow them wherever. You know, the New York Giants and the New York Jets, you know what state they play in?
Oh, yeah, Jersey, right?
They play in Jersey. So, I will root for the Bears wherever they play.
Right.
But we got a big game tomorrow night.
That's right.
That's right. And the weather, could it play a factor? It certainly did against the Browns this past weekend. Certainly it's not going to be cold out there. But let's talk about that Bears game. 7:20 kickoff tomorrow evening there at Soldier Field. I think the kickoff temp's going to be about 36 degrees, so it won't be as harshly cold as it is out there right now. It'll be dry, and it won't be as windy either. Here's the current temp scenario. Yikes. 10 at Woodstock, Aurora, 13 at Joliet. In the city, we've got 11 at O'Hare, 12 Midway, 12 at the Lakefront. Northwest Indiana, Gary, 14. It's also 14 at Valparaiso. Rensselaer and Merrillville with 13. And those winds, they're howling. This is the temperature difference from 6 a.m. yesterday. We've dropped, in most cases, 30 degrees or more. It's a 33-degree difference in Midway, Joliet, O'Hare, and Chicago Heights. And, of course, that's just the actual air temperature. We've got winds that are still gusting close to 40 miles an hour at Midway, and that's producing a really biting wind chill. Below zero stuff again. Feels like 7 below at O'Hare, Midway, Chicago Heights, Kankakee. Some double-digit below zero numbers showing up, especially Fox Valley and Points West. But a prolonged warm-up, and a big one at that, just in time for Christmas. No white Christmas, but at least people will be able to get from point A to point B, at least locally here, with cooperative weather. I got the 7-day coming up.
Thank you, Mike. The president has signed an executive order reclassifying marijuana, what it means for sales right here in Illinois.
Plus, we've got more of your Orange Friday pictures to share. This is a big Orange Friday because we are on the eve of our rematch this season against the Pack. This is a revenge game for us. We love seeing your photos each and every Friday this season. Keep them coming, everybody. We'll be right back.
William Shakespeare.
Tell me a story.
Today, federal investigators will begin searching the wreckage of a jet crash in North Carolina.
All 7 people on board that jet were killed, including retired NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family. The group was reportedly headed to Treasure Cay International Airport down in the Bahamas when it turned around and crashed on landing. The cause of that crash is under investigation.
Starting today, you'll see dozens more Chicago police officers deployed across trains and buses. This comes after the Federal Transit Administration ordered CTA to make its system safer or risk millions of dollars in federal funding. The new plan increases the average number of officers on transit from around 77 a day to 120. The officers are part of CPD's Voluntary Special Employment Program.
A jury has found a Wisconsin judge guilty of felony obstruction for helping a man evade federal immigration agents. Judge Hannah Dugan was hearing a case back in April against a man charged with battery. Prosecutors claim she showed that man out of her courtroom after learning that ICE was there to arrest him for being in the country illegally. The judge did not set a sentencing date. The maximum penalty is 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. Each of Illinois' U.S. senators are calling for a criminal investigation into President Trump's Operation Midway Blitz.
Tammy Duckworth and Dick Durbin say there are at least 50 documented instances of immigration agents breaking car windows, entering private property, along with pepper spraying and body slamming U.S. citizens. They submitted a criminal referral to the Justice Department yesterday over alleged constitutional violations during Operation Midway Blitz. Durbin says they are fully aware that Trump's Attorney General is unlikely to act on their request, but he wants the investigation even after Trump leaves office. The family of a 71-year-old Filipino woman detained by ICE in Indiana for 9 months is calling for her release or deportation. Rebecca Pinyard, a green card holder, is being held at the Clark County Detention Center. Her children came from Kentucky to meet with the Philippine Consulate General to try and get her out. They say she has not received her medications and is in deep despair.
At this point, me and my family were just desperate to have her out of the detention center, whether it be by deportation or her release. You know, we just want to make sure that she doesn't, die in there, right? At this point, like, we have real concerns about her health. I'm afraid for her life. Like, I don't want her to die, for that to be the place that she dies in that detention center.
The family obviously is doing everything they can to get her out. Their biggest worry, obviously, is her health.
Federal officials just moved marijuana from a Schedule I drug to a Schedule III drug. This is the first major federal reclassification of marijuana in decades. President Donald Trump signed an executive order yesterday. So what exactly does reclassify mean? Well, it formally recognizes marijuana's medical use, and it also eases up on some federal restrictions. For legal cannabis businesses, it could mean major tax relief, more room to grow, and also expanded research opportunities. However, it doesn't legalize marijuana at the federal level, change state laws, or automatically fix banking issues. One of the biggest leaders in the industry says it is a major step forward, but not the final one.
This recognizes the decades of advocacy and the millions of Americans that have known for a long time that cannabis has medicinal and therapeutic benefits. 40 out of 50 states at this point have passed medical cannabis laws, and it is nice to see recognition at a federal level that's bringing the federal perspective closer to that of the states. There's approximately 450,000 Americans that are also part of this industry, the regulated state legal cannabis industry, and this will go tremendous strides to helping to normalize this very responsible, very respectable industry.
The average customer says there is a sense of relief that there is finally some sort of acknowledgement that cannabis does, in fact, have medicinal and therapeutic benefits. All right, 6:17. We are cold to start our Friday. Mike, I was not expecting to get kind of slapped in the face by the cold when I left the house today, but it was bitter out there for me.
Were you not paying attention to the Weather Authority forecast from yesterday? Where all of us were saying it's going to get colder?
You've heard of selective memory, right?
You just didn't want to believe it.
Exactly.
I've got it. Yeah, Natalie, you were commenting on your carmometer driving in. Oh, boy, it's a big change. No question about that. Look at yesterday's highs. When it wasn't raining, it felt really good. 51, our first 50-something since the 25th of November. We had 48 at Aurora, West Chicago with 50, Waukegan and Valparaiso 51. Where are we going today? Nowhere near that. It's going to be about 25 degrees colder, even at the peak of the heating of the day. I'm going to go with 25 at O'Hare. Our model has a lot of 22s and 23s on it, but at least we are going to break out into a little bit more sunshine. Here's our future cast. Still a couple of flurries out there. They're about to end. Dry air coming in from the west, so I think we will see more sunshine coming out, especially this afternoon. Tonight, it'll be partly cloudy. The next weather system is approaching from the north, and that may bring a sprinkle or a flurry to parts of the area tomorrow. It's not much, and it's certainly not going to cause any havoc. It'll be out of here in time for the Bears game. Tomorrow, temperatures get up to around 40 degrees. Then we got another punch of colder air coming in here Sunday. It's a one-day engagement and then gone, and all of next week, I'll just wait. I'll show you the 7-day in a little bit. Natalie?
Thank you, Mike. We have one issue that we are tracking on the Eisenhower this morning. This is the Eisenhower inbound right before Des Plaines. It looks like there's an accident and one of the lanes is blocked. The other issue is on the L trains. We're looking right now at the Blue Line trains. Forest Park bound Blue Line service is delayed at Damon. This has been an ongoing issue since 5 o'clock this morning because of some signal problems. They're saying significant delays on the Blue Line. So check that app if you take that into work. No problems on your Metro. Let's check those travel times into the city, and hopefully they are light on the Kennedy. If you're coming in from the big airport, looking at about 30 minutes. On the Eisenhower, 390 to downtown, 34 minutes. On the Stevenson, I-355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive, 24 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan, coming in from 95th, 21 minutes. 6:19 this morning on this Friday. President Trump continues his pivot to the economy today with a visit to a key swing state.
He's already touting new inflation numbers as Democrats say he hasn't done enough to bring down prices. Doug Luzader has more this morning from Washington.
Just in time for the holidays, finally some good news on prices.
You saw the inflation numbers. They just came out today. What great timing. Practically no inflation.
The president yesterday celebrating new numbers from the Labor Department showing that prices over the past couple of months didn't rise as quickly as many economists expected. Look for the president today to push those numbers as he teases more help for home buyers without deflating the value many home owners want to protect.
I want to keep them up. At the same time, I want to make it possible for people to go buy houses.
Donald Trump doesn't give a damn about the prospects of the country and the Republican Party.
Democrats, though, aren't buying it, and they point to yesterday's announcement that the president's board overseeing the Kennedy Center in Washington decided to rename it the Trump Kennedy Center.
Are you kidding me? Like, how does that help deal with the affordability crisis in this country? These people are pathetic.
The center wasted little time already rebranding its website, even as questions remain over whether Congress has to weigh in on the change.
6:21 still ahead for us. Pantries across Illinois are getting some critical help this morning.
And we've got more of your Orange Friday pictures to share. Love seeing you guys. Stay close.
Watch this.
Welcome back. Time now 6:24. Here's a look at some of the top stories we're following for you this Friday morning.
The man suspected of killing 2 Brown University students and a professor at MIT has been found dead. Police found the body of 48-year-old Claudio Neves Valenti inside a New Hampshire storage unit. He apparently died from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. He is a former Brown student and Portuguese national.
The Justice Department must release its files on Jeffrey Epstein by the end of the day. The deadline comes as House Democrats release these photos from Epstein's estate. President Donald Trump signed a bill in November giving the DOJ 30 days to release the records. They could contain the most detailed look yet at nearly 2 decades worth of investigations into Epstein's sexual abuse.
TikTok has signed a deal with the U.S. to avoid a ban on its app. The deal sells off the company's U.S. assets to a group of mostly American investors, and that includes Oracle and Silver Lake. A law signed by former President Joe Biden last year required the app's China-based parent company ByteDance to sell or face a ban over security concerns.
All right, the Kennedy Center will be getting a new name, the White House confirmed. President Trump's new board voted to rename the iconic building the Trump Kennedy Center. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt wrote on social media the change was approved because of the, quote, unbelievable work President Trump has done over the last year in saving the building. Several members of the Kennedy family have voiced their opposition to this. The Kennedy Center was named after President John F. Kennedy and opened back in 1971. Hosts a number of different performances throughout the year, including theater, music, and dance.
This morning, food pantries across Illinois are sent $100,000 in funding from the state. The money comes from unclaimed refunds and insurance payments. Instead of sitting around, the treasurer sent it to over 80 pantries, including $5,500 to one nonprofit for Kids' Sake in Bolingbrook. The timing was critical for that group. In November, federal food assistance stopped for many families, and pantries quickly felt the strain. For Kids' Sake was already struggling after thieves stole catalytic converters from their donation trucks twice.
For Kids' Sake needs their trucks to pick up the donated food and items 6 days a week. And they found themselves without their trucks, forced to rent vehicles to make sure they continue to feed and clothe people in need. What those thieves did to For Kids' Sake is unconscionable. This group does so much to help people, and we are happy to be able to do something to help them, especially at such an important time of the year.
The state released a full list of pantries that received money on their website. Now, if you want to see if the state has unclaimed money in your name, you can head to the Illinois Treasurer's website.
Chicago's first D1 football team is coming to the South Side. The university's Board of Trustees just voted to make this happen. Kickoff 254 days away. The Cougars will play as an independent team, Chicago State. Their first season this upcoming year. That means that they can choose their own schedule and play against a wide range of teams. In 2027, they will join the NEC after 3 years of hard work. University officials finally made it happen. Coach Bobby Rome II says the same determination that brought football to Chicago State will be a part of his team.
I'm honored to lead this program. I'm grateful for the trust placed in me. Football at Chicago State will be more than wins and losses, guys. It's going to be about building a program built on building men first, character, integrity, and building leaders.
Their first game will happen August 29th of 2026. Congrats on the, I guess we could call it kind of a promotion there for Chicago State, Mike.
Yes, Div 1, right? Is that what they did?
Yeah.
Good for them. Good for them. Go Cougars. How exciting for like a new, chapter for this.
Sure.
All right, we have a cold day today, bump up tomorrow, cold day Sunday, and then there's next week. You may not believe how warm it's going to be here on Christmas Day, but I'm going to show it to you anyway coming up.
Save up to $50 with Santa.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. Good to see you on this Friday.
Happy Friday, everybody. We're following a number of top stories to kick off kind of our weekend eve, the eve of a big game against the Packers tomorrow.
Huge. Okay, so starting today, you're going to see dozens more Chicago police officers deployed across trains and buses in the city. This comes after the Federal Transit Administration ordered the CTA to make its system safer or risk millions of dollars in funding. The new plan increases the average number of officers on transit from around 77 a day to 120. The officers are part of CPD's voluntary special employment program.
The man suspected of killing 2 Brown University students along with a professor at MIT has been found dead. Police found the body of 48-year-old Claudio Neves Valente right inside a New Hampshire storage unit, and he died from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound.
The Justice Department must release its files on Jeffrey Epstein by the end of the day. The deadline comes as House Democrats release these new strange photos from Epstein's estate. President Donald Trump signed a bill in November giving the DOJ 30 days to release the records.
All right, 6:32. Let's check back in with Mike Kaplan for an updated look at this forecast. And one thing, I don't want this to go under the radar, Mike. Okay. You said Sunday is when things will turn the corner in terms of the amount of sunlight we're getting, correct?
Sunday is the day of the winter solstice. That marks the shortest day of the year. I don't want any people saying every day is 24 hours. No, we're talking about the daylight portion. And if you look up in the dictionary, that still counts. But yes, we have the winter solstice. And we're going to talk to an Adler Planetarium astronomer about the meaning of the winter solstice coming up during our 8 o'clock hour. So hang around for that. But yes, starting really, it'll be on Monday, the days will be getting longer. So that's one of the signs that we're changing things. Also, the weather is about to change. Now, today it's cold, but notice we got some breaks in the cloud cover out there. Overnight, we saw some flurries. It has been windy. I mean, the winds still mean business out there, which is why we have these wind chills, as painful as they are. Pretty much area-wide below 0. Feels like 6 below at Midway in the lakefront, 10 below Morris and Woodstock. The actual air temperatures, not much of a bargain either. They've really dropped from yesterday's high. 51 at O'Hare, now it's 11. That's a 40-degree drop. 10 at Aurora, Morris, LaSalle, 12 at Merrillville, 18 at Michigan City. Look at the 7-day forecast, however. We're down today, we're up tomorrow, we're down on Sunday, and then a long run of above-average temperatures such that Christmas Eve is 48, maybe a shower with Santa's arrival at night, and on Christmas Day, 55 big ones. It's going to be a brown Christmas, but at least you'll be able to, get where you need to go. How about this morning, Natalie?
Okay, we're still seeing an accident on the inbound Eisenhower that's affecting commute times. This is right before Des Plaines. We're also seeing another incident that just popped up here on I-80 inbound at Humboldt Road. There's an accident on the exit ramp there. I want to double check your L trains because we've had some issues on a couple of the lines this morning. And yes, it does still look like on the blue line that Forest Park bound blue line service is still delayed at Damon. This is because of some fire department activity, it looks like, as well as some signal problems. So if you take the blue line in, just make sure you check the app for those commute times. No issues on your Metro. So let's check those travel times. On the Kennedy, O'Hare to downtown, 30 minutes. On the Eisenhower, that's really the only interstate that we're seeing traffic really build at this time. This is Route 390 to downtown, 30 minutes, perhaps because of that accident I mentioned. On the Stevenson, I-355 to the Drive, 27 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan, 95th to downtown, 22 minutes. The new safety push on the CTA this morning comes on the heels of a horrifying attack last month. This is a photo of the same man. This man allegedly set a woman on fire on the blue line. Suspect Lawrence Reed faces a terrorism charge in the case. We have reported on his lengthy rap sheet. And new overnight in this case, he is facing new arson charges for allegedly trying to set City Hall on fire 3 days before the CTA attack. Reed is scheduled to appear in court this afternoon.
The City Council could begin final votes today on that alternate budget plan, and this plan notably does not include the corporate head tax that the mayor has been fighting for. It's a revised package. It raises taxes on plastic shopping bags. It authorizes video gambling and applies congestion fees to Uber and Lyft rides that go downtown. Mayor Brandon Johnson has yet to say whether he plans to veto this.
If they don't pass a budget by December 30th, then, Chicago would see an unprecedented local government shutdown.
We have a warning about people trying to sell Nike Air Jordan shoes. So if you're trying to sell yours, pay attention to this. Chicago police say there have been 6 robberies in the Morgan Park neighborhood centered around these shoes. In all of the cases, the victims posted the shoes for sale on Facebook Marketplace. And then when they met the so-called buyer, the suspect or suspects pulled out a gun and took the shoes. The thieves used a Facebook account under the name of Serving Best Deals. So if you know anything, please call police.
TikTok has signed a deal with the U.S. to avoid a ban on its app. The deal, which is backed by the president, sells off the company's U.S. assets to a group of mostly American investors, and that includes Oracle and Silver Lake. A law signed by former President Biden last year required the app's China-based parent company ByteDance to sell it or face a ban over security concerns.
Indiana Governor Mike Braun, in a tweet, says the Hoosier State is ready to roll out the red carpet to lure the Chicago Bears across state lines, adding that the Bears recognize their pro-business climate. This comes after Bears CEO Kevin Warren penned a letter to season ticket holders saying they are expanding their search for a new stadium site. Indiana State Rep Earl Harris is leading the effort to lure a new facility to the region.
Look at the Bears and Chicago and where they are now. Moving to Arlington is actually a further trip than them coming to East Chicago, Gary, or Hammond.
The reaction in Illinois, not so positive among legislators. Governor Pritzker called it a, quote, startling slap in the face to the beloved and loyal fans. And the Bears are one day away from the biggest game of the Ben Johnson era.
Indeed. Brian joins us in studio now with where things stand ahead of this rematch of sorts tomorrow.
We're looking forward to this one, right? Well, a week ago, the Bears were underdogs going into their rematch with the Packers. But then the Packers lost pass rusher Micah Parsons, flipping the odds, making the Bears the favorites. Bears are also down a couple of bodies going into Saturday's game. Quarterback Caleb Williams won't have 2 of his best 3 receivers. Both Roman Dunze and Luther Burden were ruled out for Saturday. Dunze has missed the last 2 games with chronic foot issues, while Burden hurt his ankle in Sunday's win against the Browns. Linebacker Tremaine Edwards is questionable, but did participate in practice for the first time in a month. Head coach Ben Johnson says he believes in the team's depth at wide receiver.
I've been really pleased with that room. I think we got some young guys in there that we were really impressed with throughout training camp that ended up being on the practice squad. And you know, if called upon, I think they've done a great job soaking the offense in over the course of the season so far and being involved.
And plenty of stake on Saturday night. Both the Bears and Packers can clinch a playoff berth with a win and a Lions toss or loss or tie when they face the Steelers on Sunday. The Bears, though, have lost the last 6 matchups against the Packers at Soldier Field. And overall, they dropped 30 of 36 against the Packers since the start of the 2008 season. And you can watch all the action on Saturday right here. Our coverage begins with Bears Game Day Live at 1:30. Kickoff on Saturday is at 7:20. Back over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Brian, for breaking all that down. Although I wish you had left out some of the statistics about how many games we've lost at Soldier Field to the Packers.
Flip side of that is when I hear stats like that, I'm like, hey, you know what? We're due. We're due. You know what I mean?
We've won 1 out of the last 2
right.
against the Packers, and we're 1-1 this year against the Packers because we beat them at the end of last season in January
See,
up there at
that's
Lambeau.
a statistic I would have liked to see included.
Yeah, come on, Brian. You can't be talking about 30 of 36. We're bringing Sweet Lou in during the 9 o'clock hour to break things down also and get his perspective on the game. Weather should be fine at Soldier Field tomorrow night. It won't be as cold as it was last week. That's for dang sure. What about today? All right, today it is cold out there. Temperatures are barely going to get back up into the 20s here this afternoon. At least we're going to see some sunshine, but that wind is still going to howl, making that wind chill really painful to be out there unless you're completely covered up. Bless you, sir. 13 at 9, 18 at noon. I'm calling it deceptive sunshine. It's going to look bright out there and without really any snow on the ground anymore. You think, hey, it's probably spring-like out there. And then go, oops, no, it's not. 4 o'clock, blustery and cold. You can see the cloud cover already breaking up. We've gone to partly cloudy at O'Hare where it's 11. With that west wind at 18, we're producing a wind chill of 7 degrees. below zero. It is 10 at Aurora, Woodstock, Morris, LaSalle, 12 at Merrillville, 13 at Kankakee, 12 at Midway along Chicago's lakefront. Of course, those winds still really cranking. We're looking at speeds of 30 plus at many locations. Looks like Kankakee and Benton Harbor, the strongest winds at 39 miles per hour. Not much better O'Hare and Midway with 32 mile an hour winds. Flying in, especially to those airports, going to be a white knuckle ride, I would think. Here's the deal. Today, we're going to see some sunshine. Precipitation has moved on out. And despite that sun, it stays cold. Tonight, we'll go to partly cloudy, and winds will be shifting out of the south, which will actually force temperatures to come up a little bit overnight. You see, our model shows a couple little waves of mixed precipitation coming through tomorrow, especially early in the day. There could be a sprinkle or a flurry. That's it. And by the time we get to tomorrow afternoon and evening, it's going to be very, very nice out there. Winds won't be as strong, and it will be dry for that Bears game. 6:42, we'll be back with more of Good Day after this.
Fox 32 News is brought to you by
Each of Illinois' U.S. senators, both of them calling for a criminal investigation into President Trump's Operation Midway Blitz.
Tammy Duckworth and Dick Durbin say there are at least 50 documented incidents of immigration agents breaking car windows, entering private property, along with pepper spraying and body slamming U.S. citizens. So they both submitted a criminal referral to the Justice Department yesterday over alleged constitutional violations during Operation Midway Blitz. Now, Durbin says that they are fully aware that Trump's attorney general is very unlikely to act on their request. However, he wants the investigation to unfold even after Trump leaves office. The family of a 71-year-old Filipino woman who is right now detained by ICE in Indiana and has been for 9 months is calling for her release and also even calling for her deportation. Rebecca Pinyard, a green card holder, is being held at the Clark County Detention Center. Her children went from Kentucky to meet with the Philippine Consulate General to try to get her out. Under any circumstance, really, they say she has not received her medications, is unhealthy, and in deep despair.
At this point, me and my family were just desperate to have her out of the detention center, whether it be by deportation or her release. You know, we just want to make sure that she doesn't, you know, die in there, right? At this point, you know, like, we have real concerns about her health. You know, I'm afraid for her life. Like, I don't want her to die, for that to be the place that she dies in that detention center.
The family is doing everything they can to get her out. Their biggest concern, as you heard there, is her physical health.
Federal officials just moved marijuana from a Schedule I drug to a Schedule III drug. This is the first major federal reclassification of marijuana in decades. President Donald Trump signed an executive order yesterday. So what does this reclassification mean? The move formally recognizes marijuana's medical use and eases some federal restrictions. For legal cannabis businesses, it could mean major tax relief, more room to grow, and expanded research opportunities. However, it does not legalize marijuana at the federal level, doesn't change state laws, or even automatically fix banking issues. One of the biggest leaders in the industry says it is, though, a major step forward, but not the final one.
This recognizes the decades of advocacy and the millions of Americans that have known for a long time that cannabis has medicinal and therapeutic benefits. 40 out of 50 states at this point have passed medical cannabis laws, and it is nice to see recognition at a federal level that's bringing the federal perspective closer to that of the states. There's approximately 450,000 Americans that are also part of this industry, the regulated state legal cannabis industry. And this will go tremendous strides to helping to normalize this very responsible, very respectable industry.
The average customer says there is a sense of relief that there's finally some sort of acknowledgement that cannabis does in fact have medicinal and therapeutic benefits.
All right, we will have another check of your weather forecast with Mike Kaplan in just a moment, right after this short break. So keep it right here. We'll be right back.
Say good morning, let the lights. You got this.
Welcome back. Today, federal investigators will begin searching the wreckage of a jet crash in North Carolina.
All 7 people on board that jet were killed, including retired NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family. The group was reportedly headed to Treasure Cay International Airport in the Bahamas when it turned around and crashed upon landing. The cause of the crash is under investigation.
A jury has found a Wisconsin judge guilty of felony obstruction for helping a man evade federal immigration agents. Judge Hannah Dugan was hearing a case back in April against a man charged with battery, and prosecutors are claiming that she showed that man out of her courtroom after learning that ICE was there to arrest him for being in the country illegally. No sentencing date was set for the judge. The maximum penalty will be 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine.
Starting today, dozens more Chicago police officers will be deployed across CTA trains and buses. This comes after the Federal Transit Administration ordered CTA to make its system safer or risk millions of dollars in federal funding. The new plan increases the average number of officers on transit from around 77 a day to 120. The officers are part of CPD's voluntary special employment program.
All right, 6:52, and there is a look at Grant Park on a very chilly Friday. Mike, are we going to warm up at all today?
Look what's missing from that shot.
Yeah.
Snow on the ground.
Yeah.
It's all gone. It's all gone. I mean, there's some plowed piles of snert still left over, but that rain yesterday really did a number on it, and temperatures in the 50s. You know, I'm contractually obligated to only give you a 7-day forecast, but I'm going the extra mile. I want you to see what's coming in here for all of next week. It's an 11-day forecast. Yeah, how about that? Yeah. It should be a little something extra in my check. We'll see. 25 today. Okay. Natalie asked, or Anthony both asked if it get any warmer today. Well, technically, yeah, but not much. 25. Tomorrow we'll bump up to 42. Then we knock it back to 28 degrees, and then we stage a prolonged warming trend, which will be at its apex on Christmas Day, when I think we will safely be in the mid-50s and not much cooler than that as we head into Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and even a week from Monday will be 39 degrees here. So this is a turn that I think is going to last for the rest of the year. Snow system gone. What we're going to see now, dry air coming in from the west, so we'll see increasing sunshine throughout the day. These little morning flurries are done. 25 degrees, that's it for the high. Big drop from yesterday. And with that northwest wind still kicking, it's going to feel a lot colder. Wind chills most of the day, barely in the single digits. Tonight, after getting to 25, we'll settle right around 22, and if anything, temperatures are going to go up. South winds at 10 to 20, driving in the warmer air, which will get us to 42 tomorrow. That's about 7 degrees warmer than normal. And I mentioned a small chance of a sprinkle or maybe a wet snowflake, especially early in the day. No big deal precip-wise. We'll be out of here for the Bears game. Colder day Sunday, 28 degrees, also won't be as windy. And then here come those warmer temperatures. Next chance of precip would be on Santa's sleigh. He may be bringing a little bit of rain in here Christmas Eve night, but there's that 55 on Christmas Day. All right, let's check back with Natalie.
All right, let's check those roadways for you this morning, and you can see it indicated here on the map. The Kennedy inbound right before Nagel. It looks like an accident there and a lane blocked. Other than that, we're looking pretty good across the board. Wait, one more thing. I-80 East at Hobolt Road. It looks like there's an accident on the exit ramp there. See, I don't want to leave any stone unturned for you this morning. The other issue still remains with the Blue Line service this morning. This has been an issue since 5 o'clock. Looks like Forest Park bound Blue Line service is delayed at Damon. There's also some issues throughout the Blue Line service. So if you take that line into work today or wherever you're going, make sure you check the app. Let's check those travel times for you. And traffic is building on the Kennedy. If you're coming in from the big airport, 36 minutes. On the Eisenhower, 390 to downtown, 33 minutes. On the Stevenson, I-355 all the way to the Drive, 29 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan, 95th to downtown, 24 minutes.
All right, let's check some of these fan photos we've been getting. It's Orange Friday. It's a big Orange Friday because we are on the eve of perhaps this season's biggest rematch against the Pack, mañana. Keep the photos coming, everybody. Bear down. We'll be right back with our 7 o'clock hour after this.
Right time is brighten up your day like the skyline. Yeah, you tuned in to Good Day Chicago, cause we about to have a good day, Chicago. You tuning in at the right time is brighten up your day like the skyline. Rush hour the traffic, roads is all busy. But turn the volume up, I'm just glad that y'all with me on the lakefront.
They say.
American Airlines plans to increase the number of flights it's offering at O'Hare this spring.
Yes, indeed. The airline tells Cranes that it's going to have over 25 more destinations than it has this year. The carrier has battled United Airlines for space at the airport. American did lose several gates to United during its expansion out of the pandemic.
A new report shows inflation eased last month. The consumer price index was up 2.7% for the year, ending in November. Economists had predicted it would top 3%, so we missed that. Cooling inflation supports Federal Reserve policymakers who have endorsed cutting interest rates.
And something to keep in mind when grabbing your daily dose of caffeine this morning, drinking tea over coffee could help women as they age. Study published in Nutrients showed that women who drank tea showed slightly higher hip bone density than those who skipped it. Researchers say the choice of tea and how it's prepared does matter. They recommend unsweetened varieties without added sugar.
Senate leaders heading home for the holidays without fixing soaring Obamacare healthcare premiums set to spike in the new year. Lawmakers made a last-minute attempt on Thursday to find a path forward. They could not come to an agreement, but they're going to have just a few weeks to address the issue when they come back before a partial government shutdown on January 30th.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
And right now at 7 o'clock on your Friday morning, dozens more Chicago police will be on CTA trains and buses this morning. Roseanne Tejas will break down their latest safety plan.
The suspect in the shooting on Brown University's campus has been found dead. We've got the latest on the investigation, which is now being linked to the death of that professor at MIT.
And today is expected to be a massive holiday travel day, both on the roads and in the skies.
And make sure that you're all bundled up this morning before you head out to do whatever you need to do, because it is going to be a really cold one out there.
Indeed. We thank you for joining us here, starting your Friday with us. Happy Friday. We made it to the end of the work week.
Yes, we did.
In cold style.
Right, but not as cold as it was last weekend. I mean, it is still cold. We have sub-zero wind chills, and we have, I think, one more kind of colder than normal day to get through. But boy, next week, big changes on the way, and not just for a couple days, it's the whole time. So let's get through today. It's going to be windy. It's going to be cold. I think most of the day we're going to keep those wind chills we're close to 0. 13 at 9, 18 at noon, where you're going to see deceptive sunshine. It's going to be so bright out there, and with no snow on the ground, you're thinking, hey, it's probably mild. No. 22 at 4, blustery and cold. And actually, that 22, that's probably going to hold for the low tonight. Temperatures are going to be propped up by a southerly wind. This is what we got for temps: 10 at O'Hare, 12 at Joliet and Chicago's lakefront, Merrillville, Valparaiso with 12, 9 at Aurora, NIU Country 8, out in Rockford it is 7 degrees. And of course, winds are still gusting in a lot of spots to more than 30 miles per hour. 32 MPHers at Midway, Aurora, and Waukegan. Gary with 36-mile-an-hour winds. So here's what you've got for a wind chill, what it feels like on the skin that isn't covered. 12 below at Aurora, 11 below at Woodstock, not much better in the city, 5 degrees to 8 degrees below 0. But a big warm up next week, just in time for Christmas Day. I've got that 7-day forecast, but right now, Natalie's handed the reins over to Anthony Ponce for our traffic update.
Yeah, I'm your traffic elf.
Do
this
better
morning.
than she did. She had some traffic.
Well, here, let's get a look at our drive times.
Slow
and see.
down. Yeah.
Nope, I'm not doing better than Natalie because we got a couple things in the yellow now. They were in green. Kennedy inbound. There's a little issue there If you're on the inbound side, right before you get to Nagel, an accident has the left lane blocked right now. So there's some stop and go traffic out toward the big airport, delays between 5 and 10 minutes. You're at 36 minutes for your inbound drive time to downtown. If you're coming in on the Eisenhower, a little bit better there. Route 390 to downtown, you're at 32 minutes. On the Stevenson, a 29-minute, now 30-minute ride between I-355 and DuSable Lakeshore Drive. And if you're coming in on the Dan Ryan, 95th to downtown, your drive time there, 25 minutes. We will keep an eye on the unfolding traffic situation because it is supposed to be busy out there, kicking off holiday travel today. Yeah.
Well, a new security surge plan is being rolled out today on CTA trains and buses.
Roseanne Tejas is live from the Belmont stop with details here. Roseanne, good morning.
Well, the CTA has been under growing pressure to step up security after some horrible incidents, including that attack on the Blue Line when a woman was set on fire. And also, these changes come as the Trump administration, demands that the safety be improved, or the city could risk losing funding, federal funding. The CTA says the number of sworn officers that will now be on buses and trains is going up from an average 77 per day to 120. And K-9 guards will go from 172 to 188. The officers volunteer to patrol trains on their day off. It's part of the CPD's voluntary special employment program. The agency says they're deployed strategically, and that's based on crime data and some other CTA information. Some riders say recent events did have them concerned.
In terms of my safety, I was scared a little bit with all the news about people getting mugged or attacked on these lines. But I'm Chicago born and raised, so just kind of keep your head down and mind your own business.
Now, I will tell you, not all riders we talked to this morning are on board with these safety plans. One woman told us she doesn't feel safe and she doesn't think these changes are going to make a difference. At the Belmont station this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Roseanne, thank you very much. This new safety push comes on the heels of that horrifying attack last month when a man was accused of setting a woman on fire on the Blue Line. His name is Lawrence Reed, the suspect here. He faces a terrorism charge in the case, and we have reported on his lengthy rap sheet, new overnight here. He is facing new arson charges for allegedly trying to set City Hall on fire just 3 days before the CTA attack. Lawrence Reed is scheduled to appear in court this afternoon.
And we're following developing news this morning. The man suspected of killing 2 Brown University students and a professor at MIT has been found dead. Police found the body of 48-year-old Claudio Neves Valenti inside a New Hampshire storage unit, dead from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. Officials say the people of Providence can finally breathe a little easier.
Over the past 5 days, minutes have felt like hours. But the people of Providence have done what we're best at. We've leaned on one another, come together and supported one another, and showed the nation what a tight-knit community looks like.
Neves Valenti is a former Brown student and Portuguese national. After officials released his identity, President Donald Trump suspended the green card lottery program that allowed him to stay in the United States. Today, federal investigators will begin searching the wreckage of a jet crash in North Carolina. All 7 people on board that jet were killed, including retired NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family. The group was reportedly headed to Treasure Cay International Airport in the Bahamas when it turned around and crashed on landing. The cause of the crash is under investigation.
The Justice Department must release its files on Jeffrey Epstein by the end of the day today. This deadline comes as House Democrats release a few new images from Epstein's estate. President Donald Trump signed a bill in November giving the DOJ 30 days to release the records. They could contain the most detailed look yet at nearly 2 decades worth of investigations into Epstein's sexual abuse.
New overnight, the Department of Justice suing Illinois over its refusal to release millions of voter records. The lawsuit claims that the Board of Elections here in Illinois is violating a federal civil rights law. The DOJ says the law gives the U.S. Attorney General sweeping powers to obtain the records. Similar lawsuits have been filed against Georgia, Wisconsin, and the District of Columbia.
The Chicago City Council could begin final votes on an alternative budget plan today, but notably does not include the corporate head tax the mayor has been fighting for. The revised package raises taxes on plastic shopping bags, authorizes video gambling, and applies congestion fees to Uber and Lyft rides downtown. Mayor Brandon Johnson has yet to say whether he plans to veto the plan if it does pass the council. Now, if they don't pass a budget by December 30th, Chicago will see an unprecedented government shutdown. TikTok has signed a deal with the U.S. to avoid a ban on the app. The deal, backed by President Trump, sells off the company's U.S. assets to a group of mostly American investors. That includes Oracle and Silver Lake. A law signed by former President Joe Biden last year required the app's China-based parent company, ByteDance, to sell or face a ban over security concerns.
All right, Indiana Governor Mike Braun, in a tweet, says that the Hoosier State is ready to roll out the red carpet to lure the Bears across the state line, adding that the Bears recognize Indiana's pro-business climate. So this all comes after that letter that Bears CEO and President Kevin Warren penned yesterday to season ticket holders, saying that they are, the team, expanding their search for a new stadium site. Indiana State Rep Earl Harris is leading the effort to lure the Bears to that region.
When you look at the Bears and Chicago and where they are now, moving to Arlington is actually a further trip than them coming to East Chicago, Gary, or Hammond.
The reaction in Illinois, not so positive here. Governor Pritzker calling it a, quote, startling slap in the face to the beloved and loyal fans.
7:08, and we want to take a live look outside and be glad you're inside right now because it is chilly out there. You can see that steam there coming off some of the buildings.
They're exhaling as we speak, yeah. You know, what I care about the Bears game at Soldier Field tomorrow night, which you can see right here on Fox 32, that is important. We need that win, secure that NFC North.
Yep.
All right, let's talk about the radar. We had a few flurries overnight, and there's still a couple little tiny stripes of some light snow in the area. This is not a big deal at all. Let me pause this here on the last frame and zoom in. Here's one area that's kind of been persistent. That has been in southern Will County, right along the Kankakee County line, not far from Peatone. The other one, little bit of light snow being reported around Waukegan's airport. Here you see over the tri-state, Park City there on Teskey Boulevard, Grays Lake, and then west towards Volo, where you see a couple of flakes flying. That's it. The rest of the day, we're going to be drying out, but boy, it is going to stay cold. Look at these numbers, 9 in Sugar Grove and Woodstock, 7 at DeKalb, barely in double digits in the city, 11 at Midway and the Lakefront, 12 at Kankakee, Gary, Merrillville, Valparaiso, Benton Harbor, our hotspot where it's 19 degrees. But of course, you have to also factor in that wind chill because we've got winds that are gusting to 30 miles per hour. So it feels like 12 below at Woodstock and Aurora, -2 at Joliet, but hat and glove time for sure. Today, I'm going to be optimistic about the cloud cover. I think we're going to see gradual clearing. Most of the snow is out of here, and it was never that big of a deal. 25 for the high, northwest wind 16 to 32. Now, after the high of 25, tonight's low is about 22, and then it will actually start to rise. Temperatures will be rising overnight as southerly winds behind a warm front will drive our temperatures up, so that tomorrow we get into the low 40s with a tiny chance of a sprinkle or maybe a wet snowflake early in the day. That's no big deal. Sunday's high, colder, 28, and then here's the warmth all of next week, including upper 40s Christmas Eve with a chance of rain at night, and Christmas Day, 55 degrees with mostly cloudy skies. Anthony and Natalie.
Santa on the jet ski instead of the...
I don't know about that.
I don't know how that would even be possible. But yeah, it's going to be a warm one. White Christmas doesn't sound likely at this point. All right, it's 10 after 7 a.m. on a Friday. There are going to be a lot of people on the road today, a lot of people taking to the skies as well.
We're going to have a live report for you to break down the travel outlook before you hit the road. That is next. Welcome back. Here are some of the top stories we're following for you this morning.
The man suspected of killing 2 Brown University students and a professor at MIT has been found dead. Police found the body of 48-year-old Claudio Neves Valente inside a New Hampshire storage unit. Died from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. He is a former Brown student and Portuguese national.
A jury has found a Wisconsin judge guilty of felony obstruction for helping a man evade federal immigration agents. Judge Hannah Dugan was hearing a case back in April against a man charged with battery. Prosecutors claim she showed that man right out of her courtroom after learning that ICE was there to arrest him for being in the country illegally. The judge did not set a sentencing date for the other judge. The maximum penalty is 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine.
Starting today, you will see dozens more Chicago police officers deployed across trains and buses. This comes after the Federal Transit Administration ordered CTA to make the system safer or risk millions of dollars in funding, risk losing that funding. The new plan increases the average number of officers on transit routes from around 77 per day all the way up to 120. The officers are part of CPD's voluntary special employment program. All right, for many folks, it's almost time to hit the road, hit the skies. Busy holiday travel season is about to get underway.
Rebecca Castor is live at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport in Arlington, Virginia, with some advice on how to stay calm. What do you got for us, Rebecca?
Good morning, Anthony, Natalie. That's right. 'Tis the season for crowded airports and heavy traffic. It seems we say this every year, but once again, travel experts are predicting a record number of people to travel over the next 13 days.
AAA projects 122 million Americans will travel between December 20th and January 1st. That's a 2.2% jump from last year. More than 109 million people are expected to hit the roads, while more than 8 million plan to fly.
I think airlines and TSA as a whole, they're prepared because they know what to expect.
Top of mind are the delays caused by the recent government shutdown, with even more concerns about air traffic controllers brought to light. The transportation secretary says his department will take the necessary steps to keep air travel safe.
As we look to the Christmas season, yes. It's going to be safe to fly. The problem we always have during Christmas and Thanksgiving is a lot of people do fly. Oftentimes we get weather.
This week, a massive coast-to-coast storm packing hurricane-force winds is causing problems for those early holiday travelers. Next week's forecast looks more clear, but experts say being a little extra prepared can go a long way.
Airports are going to be packed. Give yourself that extra time.
In case of cancellations or delays, experts advise packing as light as possible.
We do ask that you pack smart and prepare before you come to the airport to make the experience much smoother for everybody.
And I just hope that people pack their best attitudes and best spirits.
And another travel tip here, do not wrap your gifts if you're bringing them in the carry-on. I've had that happen to me before where they've been flagged by TSA. They're unwrapping the gifts at the security check-in. So wait to do your wrapping before you get to your destination. But buckle in, guys. The holiday travel season officially starts tomorrow.
Too late for some people who wrap their presents, but save yourselves. Good warning there, Rebecca. Thank you. That catches so many people each year. They wrap their presents, show up to the airport. And all that arts and crafts effort goes to the wayside. All right, let's get a quick look at our local traffic situation. Here is a look at the area expressways here. Again, I mentioned that accident on the inbound side of the Kennedy. It's right out there near O'Hare at Nagel Road. Stop and go traffic to contend with there. That's a 36-minute ride on the Kennedy to downtown from the big airport. At the Eisenhower Expressway, just over a half hour inbound between Route 390 and downtown. On the Stevenson, same drive time, 32 minutes between I-355 and DuSable Lakeshore Drive. A little better on the inbound down Dan Ryan from 95th to downtown. It's a 26-minute ride. A couple things I want to mention on the rails. If you are a Blue Line commuter on the CTA, there's a backup, some kind of issue that is snarling trains in both directions in Forest Park right in and around the Damon stop.
And also, if you use the Union Pacific Northwest, there's inbound delays. Some inbound trains on the Union Pacific Northwest are operating up to 25 minutes behind. So definitely check your Aventra app if you are a Metra commuter on that line. All right, from traffic, we go to the weather situation. It's cold out there, but I don't think there's any weather-related slide-offs or spin-offs or anything like that. It's the roadways are at least pretty dry.
They should be. There are still a couple of snow showers out there, Anthony, or at least a couple of flurries. That's a live look there over the plaza, and you see some gaps in the clouds. But I want to show you first and foremost, this is the radar, and I have it set in kind of a mode that depicts maybe some snow that's not even reaching the ground, but it's at least suggestive of the fact that there are still some scattered pockets of snow, one of which is moving through Lake County, another one southern Cook County, another one there in the Kankakee-Will County line. This will last for another couple of hours, and then we are done with that, and we are going to break out into some sunshine. Looking at our sky conditions right now, well, first of all, let's look down at the bean here, and you can see there is quite a bit of cloud cover over the lake, but we're getting some filtered sunshine out there. That's why I think that we will see gradually clearing skies today as dry air comes in from the west. 25, that's it for the high. And that wind, oh, it's going to make it unpleasant to spend much time outside. Wind chills, which right now are below zero area wide, even during the quote unquote heat of the day, wind chills will be close to zero with that northwest wind going 16 to 32. It won't be a northwest wind tonight. Southerly winds, you know what that means. Going to pump in some milder air. So the low temperature will happen early in the evening, and then temperatures will actually rise overnight, getting into the above freezing zone by tomorrow at daybreak under partly cloudy skies. I'm going to mention a small chance a part of the area may see a wet snowflake or a brief rain shower tomorrow, but that's it, and little consequence. It'll get up to 42 for the high. Great weather at the Bears game tomorrow night at Soldier Field. If you'd rather be in the climate control confines of your living room, you can watch a game right here on Fox 32. A colder day Sunday, and then it is bring on the warmth next week. Christmas Eve 48 with a shower at night, and on Christmas Day 55 degrees for the high. At least it's going to be dry. It is almost 7:21. It's an Orange Friday. We'll be right back after this.
welcome back. A year ago, we introduced you to a family in the northwest suburbs that is writing handwritten cards to reach out to LGBTQ people who are feeling alone and feeling rejected. And this year, the need is broader. The reasons are heavier. And this morning in a special report, Terrence Lee shows us how this effort has evolved.
Got a stamp and a...
Oh, yeah. There you go. Thank you, thank you.
They still tell me they love me. I'm just not as, I guess, accepted as I'd like to be.
For some, love comes with fine print. Not always spoken, but always felt.
I still have family in my life.
Reed Thompson is a transgender Army soldier in Virginia. 7 years of service, a lifetime of learning which parts of himself others are willing to see.
It's like kind of walking on eggshells. It's one of the things that everybody's kind of agreed not to talk about.
It's love, but if it feels like conditional love, not unconditional.
Exactly.
Reed says the same caveats followed him into uniform. Earlier this year, the Supreme Court cleared the way for a Defense Department policy that allows transgender service members to be removed. It revives a ban first announced years ago and blocked by courts until now. Supporters say it's all about military readiness and cost, claims disputed by medical and advocacy groups.
For a lot of people that are active duty, this is their full-time job. You know, you can be 15 years in and have 5 to go, and you don't have that anymore, so you've got to start over.
What disappears is not just the paycheck. Reed says it's belonging.
When you're there, it's like one big family.
For some who serve, they are still who they've always been. But Colonel Bree Framp says the country simply stopped making room. She is the highest-ranking transgender officer in the U.S. Armed Forces. Like Reed and others, she is on administrative leave without clear footing. Still, information.
Thank you for lifting me up and for offering to lift up so many others who have given to this country.
That gratitude is for the compassion organized without orders. A mission started by one family in Buffalo Grove 4 years ago.
And that first year, we sent about 2,100 cards.
The Pinter Pride Project card campaign matches people across the world through a simple online sign-up.
Last year, we sent more than 50,000 cards.
At Original Bagel in Bigali, Caroline Pinto organized the room with intent. What to say, what to leave out, who those words are for.
Is that there's so many people who have beautiful hearts and want to do something, they just don't know what to do. And when you provide them an opportunity, they jump.
I'll do petty officer first class.
Some show up to teach their kids what care looks like.
We're just trying to let them know that even though the administration may be against them right now, that there are allies everywhere.
Love is love, so we always have told them that, and I think their first Pride Parade, they were 5 or 6, I think, and they've been going ever since, and they love it.
For others, that lesson comes from someone else's table.
I love that my daughter has found a partner, but her partner doesn't have support at home. And so her partner has to hide when they come home for the holidays, and that makes me really sad. So I want to help some other people that might not be able to go home and be their true selves with their families.
For Reed, asking for that kind of care did not come easily.
I didn't know how many cards would be sent overall or how many people could get cards. So if there was someone, I guess, more deserving of a card, I didn't want to take up that spot.
He hit submit anyway, expecting maybe one note.
The days just kept going by, and it's like at least every day I get at least one. Probably my favorite one, this one, it's called a pocket hug, and it says, "This little pocket heart is full of love and hugs, so keep it close and know that you are loved."
No guessing, no reading between the lines.
Love out there is definitely not limited, and there's so much of it to go around, and there's enough of it for you.
Our Terrence Lee reporting for us this morning. That holiday campaign ends later this month, but the group says you can send birthday and encouragement cards year-round, and to sign up to write or receive a card, go to fox32chicago.com. We'll be right back.
Make the most of your season.
You're watching Good Day Chicago. It's now 7:30.
We appreciate you joining us here on a Friday morning. Here's a look at some of the top stories we are following for you. The suspect in the Brown University and MIT shootings has apparently committed suicide. The man, whose name is Claudio Manuel Nieves Valenti, was found dead in a storage unit in New Hampshire. Police say he killed 2 students Saturday at Brown University and a professor at MIT 2 days later. They say he knew the professor but had no connection to Brown.
A Wisconsin judge could get 5 years in prison for helping an undocumented immigrant try to escape federal agents. A Milwaukee jury convicted Judge Hannah Dugan of a felony charge, but acquitted her on a misdemeanor. Dugan will also lose her job as a judge. Wisconsin law will not allow convicted felons to hold office.
The man accused of setting a woman on fire on the Blue Line will be in court today on a new charge. Lawrence Reed is accused of arson for trying to set City Hall on fire last month. Police say he attacked a woman on the Blue Line 3 days later, leaving her with critical burns.
You may notice some changes on trains and buses today in Chicago. They are intended to make you feel safer.
Yeah, we're talking about more CPD officers, more canine units on the job this morning. Roseanne Tejas has more from the Belmont stop. Roseanne, good morning.
Good morning. It's the new Security Surge program, and it's in action this morning. It comes also after that Trump administration demand that the CTA improve safety or risk losing federal funding. The CTA says the number of sworn officers who you will see on buses and trains will increase from an average 77 per day to 120, and canine guards will go from 172 to 188. The officers volunteer to patrol the trains on their day off as part of CPD's voluntary special employment program. The CTA has been under pressure to step up security in light of some horrible incidents, including that attack on the Blue Line last month when a man set a woman on fire on the train. The agency says security will be deployed strategically based on crime data and CTA information. It's welcome news for riders who have been growing concerned.
I didn't until I started seeing some of the reports about what's going on. And then it kind of just made me more aware of my surroundings. But I do get nervous for like my loved ones and other people.
Right now, they're saying they've added sworn officers and also canines. Are you feeling safer?
I am, since I actually saw a couple of them recently, and that made me just feel safer in general.
A little less worried about your loved ones?
Yes, because I'm knowing that they're there. But I mean, I'm still worried. Don't get me wrong.
We're always worried, right? Well, another rider told us that she is still worried. In fact, she said she's not convinced these changes are going to make any difference, and she doesn't feel safe on the CTA. So not everybody is feeling relief this morning, but certainly the hope is that these officers will help make a difference here on the CTA. Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
The Chicago City Council may vote on an alternative budget today. It does not include the head tax that the mayor has been calling for. Some council members have proposed a budget where taxes are now raised on plastic bags. It also allows for video gambling. It also adds fees to ride shares. The mayor has not said if he would veto it if it passes, but in the past, Mayor Johnson has not been in favor of alternative budgets. The city council has until the 30th to pass a budget or the city government will shut down. Well, Australia has launched its biggest gun buyback effort in 30 years. States and territories will be in charge of collecting guns, and then police will destroy them. Australia tightened their gun laws in 1996 following a massacre in Port Arthur that killed 35 people. But the government says any new gun restrictions because of the Bondi Beach attack will not be in place until 2027. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have released dozens of photos from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. Today is the deadline for Epstein files to be released. These pictures show the pedophile with philosopher Noam Chomsky and a girl's foot with a quote from the book Lolita.
If Pam Bondi does not comply with the law, she will be held either in inherent contempt of Congress or subject to impeachment. We will not rest until the law is complied with and justice is served.
The House Oversight Committee is conducting a separate inquiry into the federal government's handling of investigations into Epstein and his associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. Well, one of the South Carolina football players shoved by a Texas state trooper has now filed a criminal complaint. Oscar Attaway III was one of two players who ran into the tunnel following a touchdown against Texas A&M. When they came back out, as you can see on this video, a state trooper working security bumped them and said something to the players. He was later sent home. Attaway is accusing the trooper of criminal assault. The Texas Department of Safety has not released the name of the trooper or said if he was disciplined. And if you've been anywhere the last 24 hours, you've probably been blown around by all the strong winds out there. And we're not alone. Strong winds were tearing through Montana. Take a look at this. They were looking to rip the decorations off the house. There was a blizzard warning there at the time. There were wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour. That looks pretty terrifying, and not quite blizzard conditions back here in Chicago, Mike, but definitely much colder than this time yesterday.
Yeah, oh, by a lot, Brian. Actually, in, I forget the exact location in Wyoming this past week, they had a 144-mile-per-hour wind gust.
It's almost like hurricane strength.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the same as a Category 4 hurricane gust. Incredible. We have some sunshine creeping up above the cloud deck over the lake, and you will see sunshine, especially later today, but it's going to do nothing to help with the temperatures. However, an extended warm-up is coming. Today, windy and much colder. Tomorrow, breezy and milder, followed by a downturn on Sunday. Then we have a prolonged period of mild weather next week, which includes 50s on Christmas Day. I'm not talking about a 50 or 51. I think we could be 55 plus. Here's where we are now. 9 at Woodstock, 11 degrees at Joliet, or actually 12 at Joliet, 11 at Midway and the Lakefront, 12 at Valparaiso, 16 at Michigan City. And we're still looking at these winds gusting very high, in many places more than 30 miles per hour, which just adds to the misery. Feels like it's below zero. 8 below at O'Hare, 12 below at Aurora, 11 below at DeKalb, Northwest Indiana. Lots of -6s showing up there for the wind chill. There is still a little bit of snow coming down. Just heard from my friend Brian, who lives in Volo, and he's actually got a little dusting on his driveway. This is not a big deal. It's almost out of here. Another couple hours and these little snow showers will be over. But the sunshine coming out is not going to help. Temperatures maxing out maybe 25 with that northwest wind at 16 to 32 all day. Wind chills are going to be close to zero. Tonight, here's the deal with temperatures. They may briefly dip into the teens, but then rise overnight so that by tomorrow we'll be in the low 40s here with a small chance a part of the area might see a wet snowflake or a sprinkle. That would be it. All gone by the Bears game. 28 degrees. There's the next cold shot on Sunday before the big warm-up. 38 on Monday, 45 Tuesday, Christmas Eve, 48 with a chance of a little rain coming in with Santa, and then on Christmas Day itself, dry with a high of 55 degrees. We've got some photos to share with you. Spectacular sky. How about this one? Victoria Peterson, that's in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Not that far up the road from Lake Geneva. A little bit more snow on the ground there across the state line, but that's a pretty shot there, Victoria. I appreciate you sending me that one. I wanted to make sure that our viewers enjoyed that. Grab that off of my Facebook page. As I did with this one, that's Dougie bracing the cold in Woodridge. Beth Nayland, could be Nyland, I guess, and so many pictures of the clouds last evening, but that's a great way of incorporating the pup into the shot there. Hi there, Dougie. And our final photo, this one is for me. I wanted to show you the sky over my backyard. It looked like it was on fire last night. I got home a little bit late, and it was just in time to see that. Get your pictures to us via the Fox 32 weather app. Please include your name and tell us what town you took your photo in. We have a cold one out there right now, but next week looks really mild. We'll be right back after this.
So you only check it.
Welcome back. People in Batavia are going to be paying more in sales tax.
The city council approved a 0.5% increase in sales tax to bring it to 8.5%. The Aurora Beacon News says the city intends to use the money to build a new police facility. The police currently work out of the government center.
The Illinois State Treasurer is sending $100,000 in unclaimed money to food pantries around Illinois. Every year, the Treasurer will send any unclaimed money to groups that need it. And with changes in how the federal government is paying out SNAP benefits, the state this year decided that food pantries needed the money the most. One of those pantries, which is called For Kids' Sake, had been hit by metal thieves on their donation truck, so they really needed a boost.
For Kids' Sake needs their trucks to pick up the donated food and items 6 days a week. And they found themselves without their trucks, forced to rent vehicles to make sure they continue to feed and clothe people in need. What those thieves did to For Kids' Sake is unconscionable. This group does so much to help people, and we are happy to be able to do something to help them, especially at such an important time of the year.
And FYI, you can check to see if the state holds any unclaimed money. You can do a search for your name on the Treasurer's website. All right, have you ever really wanted to own Naperville? Like, really own it? Well, you'll get a chance. Listen to this. It's a special Naperville edition of Monopoly, which is going to be released next year. At the moment, Monopoly is asking people in Naperville to nominate what should be in the game.
What a fun idea.
It is. Those valuable, Park Place and Boardwalk properties.
Yes.
I don't know what the iconic thing in Naperville.
Well, right along the riverfront there, they've got that nice cluster of businesses and restaurants. And
isn't there a huge bell tower too? It's like a famous bell tower. Maybe that'll make the list. That's cool.
I think it would have to, yes.
Yeah.
Well, you know who you'll be rocking out to next year in Elk Grove Village. It has released the schedule for the summer concert series. It includes Jake Owen, Smash Mouth, and Foreigner. And Anthony, hold on to your hat because Air Supply will close out the summer season at the end of July. Air Supply has not performed in Elk Grove Village going on 11 years.
Foreigner, I would show up to see Foreigner live. That's going back. I love it. All right, the president of South Korea says the country's health insurance needs to cover hair loss treatments. He says it is a matter of survival. South Korea's universal insurance only covers medical reasons for hair loss. The president ran on the platform in 2022, but dropped it when he was criticized for it. The Korean Medical Association says there should be more focus on treatments for cancer and other diseases as opposed to thinning hair.
7:45 now, and here's a look at what's coming up on Good Day Chicago at 8 and 9. Keep it right here. Sunrise over the city of Chicago at 7:48
wow.
this morning. Take a look.
Oh, I just like to see those beams kind of peeking out from underneath that cloud there. What a great view.
You like those crepuscular rays?
Are those?
I always like to point.
I wish you keep trying with me. I'm going to learn all the terminology one of these days.
Hey,
crepuscular.
No, you do very well. But the thing I like to point out about that is those rays are parallel. It's like looking down railroad tracks where they appear to converge in the distance. But those rays are parallel, and that is a gorgeous sky. But oh my gosh, is it cold outside? Wait till you see the temperature difference just from 24 hours ago. This is what you've got now. 10 at O'Hare, 11 at the Lakefront and Joliet, 9 at Woodstock, LaSalle, and Aurora. Northwest Indiana, not much better, 12 at Valparaiso, Rensselaer, and Gary. And, of course, we have much colder wind chills. This temperature now, compared with 7 a.m. yesterday, 35 degrees colder at O'Hare, Joliet, Midway, Chicago Heights, and Kankakee. 36 degrees colder at Gary. We did hit 51 yesterday. That is not going to be the warmest day of the month. Wait till you see the 7-day. Winds still gusting. They're beginning to veer around to the northwest, and they're still coming in many places more than 30 miles per hour. So you know the wind chill's painful. Below zero, pretty much area-wide. It feels like 7 below at Midway, Waukegan, Woodstock. Even worse, DeKalb with a 13 below reading there. We have just a few little patches of some light snow coming down, looking more magnificent because of those gusty winds out there. This is going to move out of here in the next hour or two as dry air comes in from the west. So we'll forecast gradual clearing, but it is deceptive sunshine with temperatures in the low to mid-20s and wind chills barely above zero this afternoon. Tonight, temperatures will actually start to rise with that south wind coming in at 10 to 20. So we'll get into low 40s tomorrow, a small chance of a brief sprinkle or a wet snowflake early in the day. Quiet weather for the Bears game. Another cold day Sunday, and then look at this, 38, 45, Christmas Eve 48 with a shower at night, and 55 degrees on Christmas Day. I'm dreaming of a brown.
Yes, it's gonna be brown. Grass is still green. It was kind of nice to see the green grass when the snow melted off. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, sir. Well, the Federal Trade Commission is looking into Instacart's pricing schemes.
Consumer Reports found there were people who ordered the same item from the same store through Instacart, but they were charged different prices. The FTC says it is disturbed by what it heard, so Instacart not saying anything just yet.
What if you had a basketball game and no fans showed up? Well, the University of Colorado got buffaloed by the weather and closed the arena to keep fans from having to get out in it. The weather had an impact even though the game was inside. Power surges caused the shot clock and the game clocks to both freeze.
So if you do hear a little bit of cheering in the background, or you see a few fans sparsely spread throughout the stadium, those are family members of the players. For
the only ones that got the tickets in tonight.
If you are sitting there saying, oh, that's great, but who won? Well, the Buffaloes overcame Portland State 84-73.
Good for them.
The game happened.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if they kept score by hand or what?
I was just thinking that Illini game, that football game that happened with during that horrible snowstorm in Champaign, and apparently, I mean, there were fans on just one side of the stadium, so at certain angles it looked like there was no one in the stands.
Runs of the pandemic.
Yeah, right. If you know what Yar's revenge is, Anthony, you need to look into booking a trip to Phoenix in just a few years. Here's what we're talking about. The Atari Hotel, supposed to start construction next year. It'll have some really groovy 70s designs and totally tubular 80s vibes as well. You would expect to be able to play a bunch of Atari games there, but apparently that detail was not mentioned. Also, there was an Atari hotel planned for Chicago about 5 years ago, but you'll notice it does not exist. So it did not work out here.
Didn't work out.
You know, Jake, he's always wrangling something.
Texas guy.
He's got the cowboy boots all the time. He's been lassoed into heading over to the United Center this morning.
Yeah, the Pro Bull Riders rodeo is going on. Now, Jake, do you know what get along little doggy means? Because I don't.
I do. I do know what that means. I'm not entirely sure I'd use it around here in front of these guys, but I know what it means. Guys, we are live out here at the United Center. As you know, home of the Chicago Bulls. But this weekend, it's a different kind of bull than you might be expecting. We got a really cool behind-the-scenes look. Come on in right now. I want to give you a little bit of a preview of a show that's happening this weekend. PBR, Professional Bull Riding. The show is called Unleash the Beast. It's today. It's tomorrow. It is the toughest sport on dirt. And one of the reasons why is this man right here. Colton, hello. Colton, good to see you, man. Professional bull rider. Welcome to Chicago.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, man. First of all, how you feeling? You're going to be taking on a bull tonight?
Yes, sir. I feel pretty good. Tonight's the first night, and we're pretty excited about it.
Fantastic. Well, walk with me for a second, because you guys are giving us some really great access to this place. You know, getting on a bull, riding a bull is something that most people will never experience, will never know what it's actually like. What are those 8 seconds like? How do you describe that to people who will never have that experience like you?
It's trying to control like a car wreck. It's a controlling an out of control situation. So it's the longest 8 seconds of your life, but it's worth it.
That is a great expression, trying to control a car wreck. Now, how long have you actually been doing this?
I've been riding bulls professionally for 4 years now, but I've been rodeoing my whole life.
And being a part of PBR, what is a show like that going to be tonight? What can people expect?
They're going to get to watch the best bull riders in the world versus the best bulls in the world. Like one of them standing right here, Triple Ott. We're going to be climbing on board these big bucking bulls and trying to stay on them for 8 seconds.
And, you know, it's one of those things that, you know, if you've never seen, a rodeo before, if you've never seen bull riding, you might hear 8 seconds and go, oh, 8 seconds, anybody. 8 seconds is a long time to hold on to these guys. Am I right?
Yeah, 8 seconds is quite some time on these bulls. These bulls are bred to do this. They're raised to do this, and they're athletes. They're professional athletes, just like us bull riders are. So they're in tip-top shape and ready to perform at their best as well.
Now, talk to me about when you're out there. Obviously, we want you guys to stay safe. We want to stay healthy. You want to be able to keep doing this in the future. What do you got to do in those 8 seconds to make sure that you're staying safe and that you can go on to ride another day?
So a lot of us guys work out at home, prepare ourselves for the week, getting on practice bulls, but a lot of it is basics. Every sport has basics to it, so we try to stick to the basics to be able to stay on these bulls and have a good, safe exit or get off when the buzzer blows at the 8 seconds. So we just try to keep ourselves as safe as possible by preparing our bodies for what we do on the weekends.
Fantastic. Do you know, have you drawn your bull tonight? Do you know who you're riding?
I have never been on the bull I have tonight. I have a bull called Dirty Deeds, so I don't know what he is. So
he sounds gentle.
You know,
he sounds real sweet.
We have no idea.
It's going to be fantastic. Colton, good luck, man. Stay safe. Congratulations. Welcome to Chicago. Guys, as we toss it back to you in the studio, as we see, I'm sorry, tell me the name of this one more time.
Triple Ott.
Triple Ott. Listen, here's the deal, guys. Between Colton and myself, one of us has ridden Triple Ott before, and I'm gonna give you a little hint. It's not the guy wearing makeup.
Jake.
Jake, thank you,
I'm not going to say which one of us that is.
Right.
We'll do the math there. Jake, thank you, sir. We actually went to our first rodeo.
Thanks, guys.
It's funny sound, but first rodeo, right? They are good athletes. I mean, brave souls.
It's incredible.
Out there. Oh my gosh, It was quite an adventure over the summer.
For liability purposes, Jake will not be getting anywhere near that bull, by the way. Plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead. Keep it right here.
Save up to $50 with
All right, well, this might feel like flying before the year 2001 all over again. Oakland San Francisco International Airport. They're going to start giving out guest passes for non-passengers. Remember we used to be able to wait at the gate?
Walk right up to that gate.
Yep.
That's right.
Some people had like a sign, so yeah, this would allow that again. People could just hang out at the gate, non-passengers, wait for people getting ready to board, wait to greet your friends. People have to apply, though, 7 days in advance for this pass, and people used to be able to get past that gate before 9/11.
It is time for introspection, friends. What kind of traveler are you? Talker research says generally there are 5 types: the mastermind who enjoys planning, thrill seeker who likes to explore, vacay scouts who live for the day, a connoisseur who is in charge of food, and floaters who are just there.
I want to add another 6th category, improviser.
Okay.
That's what we are. We
Right.
kind of just like wing it, which gets us, it can be awesome, but it can also get you in trouble. It kind of goes both ways. All right, questions you never knew were a thing. Is there a right way to eat a candy cane? Survey says half of people start with the straight end, 30% go with the curved end, and 16% break it apart. I don't know what category you guys fall in. I'm not a big candy cane guy. One thing everyone can agree on, though, is people who bite into the middle of a Kit Kat need to be put in an asylum immediately.
No one agrees on that.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
Okay, everybody, good morning. There are some safety changes happening on the CTA. We will tell you what you will see and what you will not see.
And what is a winter solstice? The Adler Planetarium is here to tell you about it and how it impacts the planet.
And the Bears have their biggest matchup of the season this weekend. One of their best players is back for it. We will hear from Jalen Johnson about this tough season.
And as we take a live look outside, it looks beautiful, but it is super duper cold out there. Caitlin Cody is here with a look at what's in store this Friday morning.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Anthony, I just saw your post. Did you want to address your cheeks?
Yeah, you can check my social media. I do. Here's a tease. It's not blush.
Yeah,
It's not
and you're
blush.
not pretending to be a Christmas elf.
No, exactly.
Okay?
Yeah, I was the
Scratch that
traffic
off.
elf for a little bit. I was the traffic elf, but no, it's not blush. You can check my social media
Yeah.
for the real answer.
If you're curious. Yeah.
Thank
Just a little bit of treatment, that's all.
Exactly.
Okay, so talking about the weather, it is cold, absolutely cold this morning. It's going to be a little bit gusty too, and don't be surprised if you see some light snow out there. You can see from satellite and radar that scattered blue. The snow will be ending, and actually we're going to have a quiet afternoon. But this morning, it is going to be, as mentioned, a little busy. The sun is still shining through those clouds, though. Right now, it is 11 degrees at the lakefront and Midway. Chicago Heights, you're at 10, as well as O'Hare and 9. In Aurora to Morris, here's your day planner. Temperature is staying in the 20s today. 11 o'clock, and we're at 17 degrees. Highs are going to be in the low to mid-20s, but tomorrow we're back to the 40s. That melting continues tomorrow. What about the rest of your weekend? Well, it's going to get chilly again Sunday. Next week, mild temperatures for Christmas. A full check of your forecast is coming up.
Okay, Caitlin, thank you so much. If you take the CTA, you may notice more CPD officer and canine units on the job today. This is all part of a new security surge plan.
Roseanne is asking commuters at the Belmont station about some of the new measures being rolled out. What are they saying, Roseanne?
Well, I'll tell you, security has been top of mind for riders all over the city after horrible incidents like that attack on the Blue Line just last month where a woman was set on fire. Then these changes also follow Trump administration demand that safety be improved or we risk losing federal funding. So the CTA says the number of sworn officers on buses and trains this morning will increase from an average 77 per day to 120. K-9 guards will go from 172 to 188. The officers volunteer to patrol on their day off. It's part of the voluntary special employment program. The agency says they're deployed strategically, and that's based on crime data and CTA information. So what did the riders say, Natalie? Well, most of the people we talked to say that stepped up security does make them feel a little safer, but not all of them.
It's not safe at all. I don't think it'll never be safe no matter what they do in this city.
You're not, and you don't think they're doing enough?
I know they're not doing enough. I know they're not doing enough.
And a little later this hour, we're going to hear from a CTA employee who talked to us about whether or not they feel any safer because of these changes. That's coming up in just a little bit. Outside the Belmont station this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago.
Okay, thank you very much, Roseanne, for that report. Subsidies for the Affordable Care Act are going to expire in 2026.
Brian is here now with that and more. Brian?
Well, the House went home for the holidays without voting on extending those subsidies. For Republicans in the House joined with Democrats to try and force a vote on extending the subsidies. But House Speaker Mike Johnson adjourned the House for the year, which means premiums for Obamacare will go up starting in January. And for some people, it could mean a decision on whether or not to keep their insurance. Well, Illinois is one of the states the Justice Department is taking to courts over voter data. The Department of Justice wants Illinois, Wisconsin, Georgia, and Washington, D.C. to all release voter rolls. The Fed said that they want the information just to make sure that states are following the law. So far, the Justice Department has gone after 22 states for voter data. The Chicago City Council could begin final votes on an alternative budget plan today. It does not include the corporate head tax the mayor has been fighting for. The revised package raises taxes on plastic shopping bags, authorizes video gambling, and also applies congestion fees to Uber and Lyft riders downtown. Mayor Brandon Johnson is yet to say whether or not he plans to veto the plan. And if they do not pass a budget by December 30th, Chicago will face a government shutdown. Natalie?
Up against the clock. Thank you, Brian. A Broadview committee has stopped an ordinance to expand a ban on ice on village property. Sun-Times says the zoning board was worried about confusion on the ordinance because no one was sure if the proposal would restrict ice or allow it to expand. However, the village board could still take it up.
The Trump administration introduced a series of regulations aimed at blocking access to gender-affirming care for minors. The sweeping move announced by the Department of Health and Human Services includes cutting federal funding from hospitals that don't comply.
Indiana certainly appears ready to take the ball if the Bears are ready to hand it off. Indiana Governor Mike Braun says the state will roll out the red carpet if the Bears recognize the pro-business climate across state lines. The Bears said this week they were expanding their search to Northwest Indiana for a new stadium.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is holding his annual end-of-the-year news conference. It's going to happen today. Don't let the phrase news conference throw you, though. This is a highly controlled event. All the questions are pre-selected. So far, Putin has claimed that Russian forces have claimed land in Ukraine, but claimed he was ready for a peace plan. He also said any attempts to use frozen Russian assets will backfire. The EU is looking at $100 million loans to Ukraine using frozen Russian money.
Are you ready to ham it up with former Secretary of State Jesse White? He's holding his annual turkey and ham giveaway today. His holiday food program gives away 10,000 hams and turkeys, and he has been doing this for the last 59 years.
Love it. Love it. All right, a bunch of kids in DuPage County are going to have a nice Christmas thanks to a lot of you and Toys for Tots. Get this, Toys for Tots and Shriners, they were packing up gifts last night to get them ready for delivery. Toys for Tots says you don't realize just how important it is for kids to know somebody out there cares about them.
When nothing or no one believes in you, what's there left? What are you going to turn to? We go all the way up to age 12, and think about that. That is 6th grade. Where were you at 6th grade? Did you know what you were going to do? Did someone have faith in you?
Yeah, Toys for Tots was founded by a Marine back in 1947 when his wife made a doll and had no one to give it to. So the Marine organized his unit and delivered toys to kids who didn't have any toys.
Oh, I didn't know that history. I love that.
backstory.
Yeah. So Caitlin is here now, and it is such a cold day, no matter if you're delivering toys, no matter what you're doing today.
It's going to be chilly, yeah, but it's going to be beautiful later on today. We have a few clouds out there this morning. Light snow possible, but the temperatures, they are lacking, and it's going to be cold all day, even with that sunshine. 10 degrees currently at O'Hare and 11 at the lakefront. It's only 7 in DeKalb, so single digits is the actual temperature in our western counties. 11 degrees in Kankakee, Northwest Indiana. Temperatures hovering right around 11 to 12. So we are going to have sunshine, as mentioned, but highs only in the 20s. We're taking quite a dip from our 51-degree day yesterday. Wind speeds, right now we're seeing gusts at 30 miles per hour from O'Hare to Midway, so it's still quite gusty out there. 33 miles per hour in Valpo, 32 miles per hour in DeKalb. These winds are going to be strong this morning and lead to it feeling even colder. Single digits, if not below 0, wind chills are expected to start off your day. But our Futurecast. Let's take you through the day. So lunchtime hour, temperatures are flirting with 20. I do expect to be in the low to mid 20s today as our high, right around 24 degrees by 3:45. And then this evening, it's quiet, 7:15, temperatures in the upper teens and low 20s still. And then tomorrow, we're actually going to be improving. These temperatures pushing into the 40s. But we have the chance for a little bit of wet weather. 6 a.m. seeing some mixed precipitation out there. We have that chance, I would say, the first half of the day, especially north of the city, as we get towards late morning, early afternoon, and then dry skies will be here as those temperatures climb. A full check of your forecast, including the chilly Sunday ahead, is coming up.
Thank you, Caitlin. One of the Bears' defensive stars is ready to shine tomorrow night. We're going to go one-on-one with Jalen Johnson.
And maybe those days of the sun going down at 4:30 p.m. are coming to an end. Mike is going to hear what the winter solstice, which happens Sunday, means for you.
It is Orange Friday as we gear up for the game against the Packers Saturday night. Here's some of you in your best Bears gear. Thanks so much for sending in these photos. Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. It is 8:12 now, taking a live look at the Chicago River. Notice no ice floating on the river right now.
Chunks, yeah.
That's a something. All right, here's a look at some of your top stories today.
A Wisconsin judge could get 5 years in prison for helping an undocumented immigrant try to escape federal agents. A Milwaukee jury convicted Judge Hannah Dugan of a felony charge, but did acquit her on a misdemeanor. Dugan will also lose her job as a judge. Wisconsin law will not allow convicted felons to hold office.
The suspect in the Brown University and MIT shooting has apparently committed suicide. The man here, Claudio Neves Valenti, was found dead in a storage unit in New Hampshire. Police say he killed 2 students Saturday at Brown University, and they're connecting this also to the MIT professor who was killed at his home 2 days later. They say that he knew the professor, and apparently he had attended Brown University in the past and didn't graduate from there, but had attended for a short time.
Okay, to sports. The Bears, guess what? They're chasing someone new in the NFC. Dramatic finish to the Seahawks game last night. Seahawks used a 2-point conversion in OT to beat the Rams by a point. 38-37, the final score. So Seattle moves to 12-3, which puts them a game ahead of the Bears in the NFC. So stakes are even higher tomorrow.
I know. Oh, I hope they can pull it off the win, Caitlin, against the Packers Saturday night.
I think it's a 3:30 kickoff. Mike, is that correct? 3:30-ish tomorrow? 7:20, my bad, 7:20, but it's going to be way warmer, right, at Soldier Field tomorrow than last Sunday.
7:20. My mind went to 7:20 a.m. I was like, oh, okay. 7:20, yeah, wow. It's going to be way warmer, yes. Today, not the case. Today is very cold. In fact, we have a little bit of light snow out there this morning, possible, but then sunshine and highs in the 20s today. It's very gusty this morning, too, so keep that in mind getting ready. I'm going to show you the wind chills in a moment. First, though, talking about our weather headlines. Yes, it's cold today, but we are going to be improving tomorrow for a day before the 20s are back on Sunday. A quiet weekend, generally. We have a little bit of wet weather possible on your Saturday. But today, headline, the temperatures, because look at this 24-hour temperature change from yesterday at this time to today at this time. 36 degrees colder. 36 degrees colder at O'Hare. 34-degree drop at the lakefront. 36 degrees colder in Gary. It is quite a bit different. You're going to feel it. Temperatures outside in the single digits for our western areas like in Aurora and in Morris. It's 9, 10 at O'Hare, 11 at the lakefront and Midway, 12 in Gary. But the wind is making it feel like we could be well below zero. In fact, some of you feeling 10 to 15 degrees below zero with the wind chill. 14 degrees below zero in DeKalb, 11 degrees below zero in Morris, 5 degrees below zero at the lakefront. Here's our satellite radar, the regional view showing that blue over Chicagoland. So don't be surprised if you see some snow around this morning falling. And then our 70 forecast. We have drier skies on the way later. Sunshine will be here. 23 is our high. Tomorrow, 42. That's nice, but we have a little bit of wet weather possible. And then on Sunday, 27. So we're taking that dip on Sunday morning down to 16. And then next week, temperatures are starting off very mild. Monday at 38. This is Christmas week. And temperatures look to stay above normal, flirting with 50 Wednesday. For Thursday, 54 degrees. Anthony.
It'll feel great. All right, thank you, Caitlin. It's 8:15. Bears have their biggest game of the year tomorrow, right here on Fox 32. And good news here, they have one of their biggest stars ready.
Cassie Carlson talks with Jalen Johnson about his season and getting ready for the Packers.
This game coming up Saturday night, I mean, I say this is the biggest game I've ever covered in Bears history. Does this feel like the biggest game you've played in?
Honestly, it's hard to think about it like that. I mean, probably so. I mean, it's our next game, and it's an important game for us, considering where we're at in the season. NFC North on the line, NFC seeding is on the line. We're trying to get our playoff spot. So I mean, it's a lot on the line. But I think really for us, it's just the next game that we need to get to where we need to get to.
Yeah, Ben said no extra message needed this week. Everyone knows what's at stake. But this team, week after week, seems like it's at a next level of locked in and just focus and understanding that the preparation each week, is that a credit to Ben? Is it just everyone knowing the reality of what the season could be?
Yeah, I think it's really just helping us mature, I would say, as a team. And I mean, we're a young team as well, so a lot of guys haven't been in a position like this at this level. So really just grooming us and directing us in the right path. And I think we got the right guys in the locker room that are buying in and doing the extra work that needs to be done so we can have the best opportunity to win.
Dennis Allen compared the defensive availability each week as like a recipe with ingredients of what he's cooking up, and that's fitting for this week for you. But how have you noticed the way he's become the head coach of this defense and been able to really make you guys play at an elite level despite the injuries?
Yeah, I mean, it's natural for him. I mean, I think of all my DCs that I've had, I feel like he's probably the most mature in a way of conducting the crowd and really just talking to us, motivating us. And it's really been beneficial. I think he really has the guys believing in what we're doing. That's a very essential thing when you're considering a top tier defense. So I think for us, it's really just continue to buy into what he's saying and really taking heed to it and trusting what he's saying, what the coaches are telling us.
He said the interception felt like helped your confidence. I don't know that you need more confidence, but is there some truth to that?
I mean, yeah, I mean, you always want to make plays like that. But I think for me, it's just continuing to bring that confidence back in myself. Being out for a long time, you kind of don't have too many opportunities to prove who you are. So I think for me, that was just a step in the right direction. But I continue to put in the work. When nobody's watching, that gives me my ultimate confidence.
When you watch back that tape from the first game against Green Bay and all the explosive that everyone's kind of talking about, what left the worst taste in your mouth about that game that you feel like this is a get-right game in that sense?
I would probably say the third down, where I know I was one of the four that missed the tackle. I think for us, it's just finishing. I mean, at times when you're aggressive, you're going to get caught with explosive plays. So I think it really wasn't too much that we could have changed on that. I think a lot of them were good on them and good play calls for what we were running. But I mean, really just for us to have an opportunity to close out the game, that's something that we need to do and I need to do. So it's definitely something for us where even with all the explosive, we still had a chance to win. So I think for us, it's just finishing.
Is it true that Al Harris has a wall of a photo of all the interceptions with the balls?
Every turnover.
Okay, I saw a photo on Twitter and I was like, is this real or not? So it's real.
Every time you get an interception or a turnover, rather, you sign a ball and then you get a picture in the room.
All right, so you got your photo up on the wall.
Not yet. I don't know where it's at, though, but
it's not a quick turnaround.
No, not at all.
Finally, Grady Jarrett said he heard the chants of Bears fans about the Packers against the Browns. Like, what is the atmosphere that you're expecting Saturday night?
Hopefully the best one I've been a part of in my career. So I think for us, it's nothing better than, again, a primetime game against a rivalry team that is a really must-win for us at this point in the season. So, I mean, hopefully this is the best one that we won't forget.
Oh, yeah, it's a huge one tomorrow. Okay, today on Chicago Now, right after our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to hear how OnStar will be tracking Santa on the big swing around the world. I guess they're giving NORAD a little competition. We'll see how you can follow along. Also, are you worried that the kids are going to get cabin fever during winter break? We will show you some winter science experiments you can do at home. And Chicago's Jake Connolly, delightful Derek from Stranger Things, will be here to tell us about his breakthrough role on that show as well. It's a big get.
Big lineup on Chicago Now.
It only takes
Skies are beginning to become a little bit more sunny out there. And if you notice, that sun is pretty low in the sky. There's a reason for that. The winter solstice is only a couple of days away. It arrives this weekend. It is sometimes called the shortest day of the year, even though the length of the overall day is the same. It's just the amount of daylight that's potentially available. We're happy to have Hunter Miller from Adler Planetarium with us this morning. He's been with us on before via Zoom. It's good to have you in studio with us, Hunter. So let's talk about the winter solstice, 9:03 Sunday morning. What exactly happens?
Yeah, so you started to describe kind of the conditions on Earth that we experience during a winter solstice. So the shortest day length of the year will have just over 9 hours of sunlight that day. It also means that the sun will be at its lowest altitude in the sky. So if you think about those hot summer days, the sun high overhead casting those short shadows, very different in the wintertime. It'll be low in the sky, casting long shadows. Almost kind of feels like twilight all day long. Now, what's happening in space for this to be possible? So this all comes down to the tilt of the Earth's axis.
We don't spin like this. We got that 23.
Exactly. So it's not perfectly perpendicular with our angle to the sun. So that means during the summertime, we're pointed more towards the sun. But during the wintertime, and especially on the winter solstice, we are pointed furthest away from it.
Okay.
And so that is what happens out in space for this solstice to be possible.
And so the sun will be directly over the Tropic of Capricorn at that time. So that, as you mentioned, it's as far south as the sun is in the sky. Solstice, it's a Latin term, which means like the sun standing still, right?
Yep. So for a few days, it almost appears like the sun's position doesn't change very significantly in the sky as it goes from going more southerly to now going more northerly all the way until the summer solstice.
So there may be a reason for us to take some optimism in the fact that, hey, the days are going to be getting longer, the sun's going to be getting higher in the sky.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And in fact, that's why the solstice has been very important throughout history and a point for a lot of different holidays for many cultures over millennia, is because it's a celebration of the sun's return, the increased brightness throughout the rest of the year.
Now, how far back did mankind know about the seasons and be able to actually determine this is when the solstice is happening?
Well, you can think about, these ancient archaeological sites, places like Stonehenge that have been around for millennia. Many historic religious temples and sites are often tracking the position of the sun throughout the year. So certainly by then, they are paying attention to where the sun is in the sky, and it is a signifier for important times of the year, these big shifts. And it was even more important back then when they didn't have a very obvious predetermined calendar like we have now. It was the sun, the sky, that was determining the times of year, letting them know when to plant things in the ground. It was something that they were keeping very close track of, and so it's a fun connection to our past when we celebrate it.
We have short days, but that also means long nights, and for an astronomer,
Not so bad.
That's
Yeah,
a
not
good
so
thing.
bad.
What are some highlights that you can suggest to the folks at home that would be easy to see on these long wintry nights if they bundle up?
Well, I think the wintertime is a great time for amateur astronomers. There's a lot of very recognizable constellations in the night sky.
Orion
and right now,
being the big one.
exactly, Orion, the Hunter, things like Taurus, the Bull, which have the Pleiades in them. But we also have a couple of our brightest planets in the sky right now, with Saturn and Jupiter gracing us in the night sky. So lots of things to see that are even visible from right here inside the city. I look at these right from the Adler Planetarium all the time, and even through the light pollution, they shine bright.
And I would imagine that at Adler, you've got, plenty of things to maybe celebrate the winter solstice, or just the things that we can see in the night sky. What do you want to invite folks to come out there to the planetarium to see this time of year?
Absolutely. We've got lots of special activities going on for the season. We have special tours of our new exhibit, Stars Aligned, which connects the history of astronomy and astrology, really interestingly, as well as...
You believe in astrology, Hunter?
Well, hey, there are very, very important connections between how the sky was tracked by astronomers and how that tracking was used by astrologers at the time. So I would really recommend folks check it out and see how closely astronomers like Kepler and Galileo were paying attention to astrology back then.
That's interesting. I did not. So scientists were saying, there may be a connection to that.
Absolutely, a very close relationship. It's different than the relationship that we have today, but worth checking out.
Outstanding. Well, Hunter, we appreciate you coming in here today and talking about the winter solstice. It is going to be a cold day on Sunday, but we have warmer temperatures next week. And I'm looking forward to turning the page on the worst of winter here. Thanks for coming in, Hunter. Caitlin, how are you going to be celebrating the winter solstice on Sunday morning with the fam?
Ooh, sleeping.
That's a good way of doing it.
Yes. It is cold out there today, starting off your Friday with the single digits in many spots. Feeling like we could be below zero. It's gusty out there. But this afternoon, the 20s will be here. Quiet conditions. And then this weekend, it is 50-50. Tomorrow's mild. Cold temperatures on the way Sunday. A full check of your forecast is coming up.
Saturday up. .31 and your Friday morning is underway. Nice and sunny out there, at least temporarily. All right, we never seem to have enough time to go over all the huge stories. When we check in with Fox News Sunday host Shannon Bream, we are going to try our best to condense things a little bit and a little preview of what she has coming up on Sunday. Shannon, good morning. Let me start by asking you about the Affordable Care Act subsidies. These are set to expire. Congress has gone home. Premiums could go up for a lot of folks in January here. How do you expect this to impact perhaps the midterms and things in the short term here, Shannon?
So there are a lot of different problems there that you outlined. There's the short-term problem of the subsidies expiring and premiums going up for people in various marketplaces within Obamacare. There's the longer-term problem of, both the parties starting to agree Obamacare needs some fixes. So there's that discussion we're going to have with two members of Congress, a Republican and Democrat. Congressman Fitzpatrick and Swazi join us to talk about that. But yeah, I think there's the political calculation too for Republicans who know people are having a hard time affording all kinds of things, and they're going to blame the party and the president in power. Our new Fox News polling out this week shows that the #1 issue, people are behind inflation. They're worried about the cost of health care. So both sides know they need to get something done.
Wow. Yeah. Also today, another dramatic thing, the deadline for the Jeffrey Epstein files to be released. So we saw congressional Democrats release some of these photos yesterday. What do we expect to happen today, and the timing on this, perhaps? What do you think the fallout's going to be here?
Well, DOJ says they're doing their best to comply with this. It's the law now. That stuff has to be released by today. So it's got to be in a searchable, downloadable form. So we're going to be doing all kinds of searching the minute the thing that actually hits the web. So we're told it's unclassified files, it's communications about cases, potential plea deals, all kinds of things. They're going to redact anything identifying witnesses or anything related to a current ongoing investigation or case. So we'll see if there's anything new there. I mean, there have been so many releases from the estate, things that have been gotten by various committees on the Hill. We don't know what there is yet that we haven't seen.
Okay, yeah, we'll stand by for that. Also, the president's coming off that address he gave the other night, trying to paint a picture, a positive picture about the economy, prices. How is that speech being received, not just in Washington, but among Americans, to your knowledge?
Well, you know, our polling and all the polling out there shows people are very worried about the economy. They don't feel like their personal financial situation is improving. Many of them feel like they're losing ground. So the White House, the president say, we inherited a situation that we're trying to fix. Look at the good inflation number this week. Look where the positives are. We promise if you hold on, good things are coming. So the president's going to continue that message when he hits North Carolina for a big speech tonight. And we'll see if it starts to make inroads with people. It really, when you pay for gas and groceries and all those things and they don't feel good to your wallet, it's hard to remind people that wages had been outpacing inflation this year. It's going to take some time, I think, for people to feel better.
A lot to go through as we approach Christmas here. Who do you have on Sunday morning, Shannon?
So we'll have those two members of Congress, Fitzpatrick and Swazi, with us to talk about health care. We've got Kevin Hassett, top economic advisor to the White House. And we've got a special piece as we are in the midst of Hanukkah now. We went behind the scenes at the Museum of the Bible looking at their Dead Sea Scrolls exhibit. These pieces are so rare, really interesting. You'll hear from people of all faiths about what those scrolls mean to them.
Oh, that sounds absolutely fascinating. Shannon, thank you so much. Have a great show Sunday. Have a great weekend, too.
You too. See you soon.
All right, thank you. 8:35, we got some breaking news. We have just learned that the Federal Transit Administration is not happy with the CTA's latest security plan that just went into effect today.
It is demanding to see a more aggressive plan. Roseanne has been live for us all morning. She's got the details into what was supposed to happen today and what could happen moving forward.
We're just getting word that the FTA is demanding that new plan, that more aggressive safety plan within 90 days. The FTA once again threatening to withhold federal funding, this time to the tune of $50 million if that doesn't happen. The quote from the FTA administrator, I'll say it plainly, CTA, city, and state leaders are failing transit riders and operators. That was from Mark Molinaro. And as you said, Natalie, the news comes just as a new security surge went into effect this morning. The CTA said the number of sworn officers on buses and trains would increase from 77 to 120 and K-9 guards from 172 to 188. But Molinaro says the plan doesn't include targets that effectively reduce assaults and other crimes. Now, one CTA employee we talked to today said there are a lot of measures in place now that do make riders and employees feel safer.
I feel very safe and comfortable. We have K-9 on there, so not just backing us up, but the civilians as they get on. We have the call buttons on the train, so if they have any problems or issues on the trains, they can always call the operators and the trains are stopped and K-9 backs us up. And we have a direct connection to CPD, which usually when we give them a call, they come right away. So.
Okay, but that CTA employee said one persistent concern, people with mental health issues who sleep on trains and ride on trains, especially on a day like today. He says by all means are, they're not all bad, but sometimes you don't know what you're going to get and they can be a threat or a danger. But again, the big breaking news this morning, this plan barely getting started, and the FTA demanding a more aggressive security plan within 90 days. And once again, they're threatening to pull federal funding if the CTA doesn't comply.
Wow.
At the Belmont station this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
A lot of pressure there. Okay, Roseanne, thank you so much. And speaking of The man accused of setting a woman on fire on the Blue Line will be in court today on a new charge.
Lawrence Reed accused of arson for trying to set City Hall on fire last month. Police say he attacked a woman on the Blue Line 3 days later, leaving her with critical burns.
And the city council may vote on an alternative budget today, which does not include that controversial corporate head tax that Mayor Johnson is pushing for. Some council members have proposed a budget where taxes are raised on plastic bags, and it allows video gambling. It also adds fees to rideshare. Certain Lyfts and Ubers that go downtown would face a surcharge there under this plan. The mayor hasn't said if he'd veto it or if he'd pass it. In the past, he has not been in favor of any of these alternative budget plans. The council has until the 30th to pass a budget, or city government would shut down.
The Bears have their biggest game of the year tomorrow right here on Fox 32. They host the Packers, coming off that loss in Green Bay 2 weeks ago. The Bears have to keep winning to stay on top of the NFC North. The Packers are coming off a loss to the Broncos. You know, they're going to be hungry for a win.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, here's something really cool. Joliet Bishop got a very emotional welcome to his new post in New York City. We're checking in with Brian Jackson for more on that.
Well, Pope Leo has named Ronald Hicks as New York's new Archbishop. He got an emotional welcome from Cardinal Dolan at St. Patrick's Cathedral. Dolan will be retiring in February. Hicks was very close to the Pope when they were here in Illinois, quite literally. Hicks grew up in South Highland and says he lived just 14 blocks from Pope Leo in Dalton. He says he's excited to get to New York City, and he knows that he's going to have a lot of new challenges on his new job.
I am committed to working with the great variety and diversity of faith leaders and civic leaders to keep that hope alive and to make real the promise of the golden door by acting in mutual respect and working to uphold human dignity.
Hicks will be installed on February 6th. He says he's been to New York 10 times before he got to this new role. Time now 8:40 this morning, checking in with Kaylin with a look at these freezing temperatures. Nothing like yesterday.
It is frigid out there. We are about 30 degrees colder than we were yesterday at this time. Sitting at 11 at the lakefront as well as Midway. It's only 10 at O'Hare and 9 in Aurora. Northwest Indiana right around 10 to 13 degrees currently as the actual temperature, but it feels even worse because it's gusty this morning. Wind chill, feel like temperature closer to 5 to 15 degrees below zero. 6 degrees below is what it feels like at the lakefront, and 7 degrees below zero at O'Hare is that wind chill. Today, highs are going to be in the 20s. A very cold day. Typically, our normal high is 36. I expect to be right around 23 today. We have a little bit of light snow this morning, and this afternoon it is going to be quiet at least. Tonight, temperatures dropping down to the upper teens and low 20s, and tomorrow we're headed in the right direction. The 40s will be here, but we have the chance for a little bit of wet weather around in the form of a rain-snow mix, so let's take a look at the timing. Futurecast, as mentioned this morning, don't be surprised if you see some very light, dusty snow. But then as we move on into the afternoon, sunshine, gusty winds are going to slowly die down. And tomorrow, that's when we have some wet weather, 6 a.m. and seeing that pink shade, which represents that rain-snow mix that I was talking about. Few and far between, though. During the day, it is going to be a mild day. And notice most of us are going to stay dry on Saturday. Sunday, that's when colder air does return. We'll take a look at your full 70 forecast, including how Christmas week is looking very mild ahead.
Okay, Caitlin, thank you so much. Well, there is something good cooking up here on Good Day Chicago.
Coming up at 9, Kaiser Tiger is going to be here to get you roaring on game day. And you'll find out about a special Bears buffet. Chicago's getting ready to throw a big party for 2026, if you haven't heard. Jason Lesnovich with Choose Chicago and Bria Perdaman, Deputy Commissioner with the Chicago Department of Cultural Affairs and Special Events, are both here. And this is like really exciting when the news broke. Chance the Rapper hosting this huge Chicago New Year's Eve show. Bria, you're going to cover that. But Jason, I want to start with you. For people like myself who maybe don't want to get caught up in all the big action, there are other opportunities for us to celebrate.
Yeah, obviously our dining scene is great. Go out and treat yourself to a great meal. I'm thinking like Virtue in Hyde Park.
Yes,
amazing
I've heard that's
Southern
wonderful.
dishes. Mira in Bucktown. Moody Tongue has 2 options. The Michelin-starred brewery. They have a smaller menu and then a 10-course tasting menu.
Okay.
Alinea you might be able to get into, doing an amazing meal for New Year's Eve.
I have a feeling it's too late to get into Alinea for New Year's Eve, but I like the way you're thinking, Jason.
Yes, there's great parties from the Peninsula. Has 3 different locations. They have a gala and dancing. They have a rooftop party as well. So there's so many great opportunities. Navy Pier has multiple parties at the pier, plus their fireworks at midnight as well. So many great ways to celebrate New Year's. Lots of hotels, from the Palmer House has a great party, to the Sheridan Grand. You know, hotels, if you're thinking about coming in, stay downtown. You can walk to all the great locations, from Navy Pier to the party at Wacker and Franklin as well.
And that leads us to Bria. So tell us about this big, historic, really, countdown to 2026.
Absolutely. So Chicago's New Year's Eve celebration, that is the place to be on December 31st. It is a piece of history, like you mentioned, because for the first time ever, Dick Clark's New Year's Rocking Eve is having their central time zone. So this is the first ever central time zone in Chicago.
Why would we not get right? I don't understand. Apparently only the East and West Coast exist.
It's our time. Midwest is checking in, and everyone across the nation is going to be able to tune into what we have going on here.
So if you want to be on television, maybe, where do you need to go?
Absolutely. So the party is taking place all along Wacker, along the Riverwalk. Gates open at 5 p.m. on Lake and Wells, so get there early to get your spot. The stage is on Franklin and Wacker. And we have art projections going on Art on the March starting at 7. We have local performances from Chicago artists starting at 9. And then Chance the Rapper is hosting and performing right before the countdown.
Where is the stage that he's going to be on?
Yeah, it's on Wacker in Franklin.
Okay.
So that's the place to be if you want to see that.
And I have another question for you. This is an off the beaten path, but a Natalie Bumke question. Restrooms. Are there going to be restrooms available if you get there at 5?
There will be.
Okay.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Jason laughs. I'm like, this is why I will not go to Times Square, because I am not holding it for 12 hours.
Right. No, we'll have plenty amenities going on.
Okay, good.
But just prioritize getting there early and dressing accordingly and being ready to celebrate. It's completely open to the public.
Thank you.
There's no tickets.
See, Jason, I'm asking the questions that people need to know.
I understand.
Okay?
I understand.
They got to plan ahead. So where can people go if they want information on that big event and then some of the other things you mentioned?
Yeah, ChooseChicago.com. We have a special page just on the New Year's Eve event with Chance the Rapper, and then we have a New Year's Eve guide with all the other parties happening across the city.
Great. You guys, thank you so much. Happy early New Year's and happy holidays. Thank you. Hey, Caitlin.
Hey, it's going to be a chilly one out there this morning. Let's start there with the temperatures in the single digits for some. In Chicago, we're at 11 at the lakefront, 10 at O'Hare, but it feels like we could be below 0. So it's cold, but it really is a beautiful start to our Friday. We have a little bit of light snow possible this morning, but sunshine is on the way later on today. Temperatures staying in the 20s. Right now, you can see the map behind me indicating that we are seeing that 10-degree plus from Chicago, point south. DeKalb, though, you're at 7, 9 in Aurora. Northwest Indiana, as mentioned, around 10 to 15 degrees for you when you step outside. So the feel-like temperature this morning, below 0, I mentioned that, because we have winds gusting to 30 miles per hour plus at times. Right now, the gusts are at 30 from O'Hare to Midway, 33 in Valpo, as well as in Waukegan. That wind is going to make it feel like we could be around 6 degrees below 0 at the lakefront, 15 degrees below 0 in DeKalb. Here's your futurecast. Today we're going to have sunshine.
Check.
That wind around 20 miles per hour this afternoon. Heading into tomorrow, we have the chance for a little bit of wet weather, but most of us stay dry. So don't be surprised if you see a passing light mix of rain and snow in the morning and then again in the evening before high pressure does return for Sunday. But Sunday, notice where that wind's coming from. It's going to be cold on Sunday. It's a 50-50 weekend. So here's your 7-day outlook. Today around 23. Tomorrow's high 42. It's going to be a very mild Saturday, and then on Sunday, sunny but cold at 27. Next week, it's Christmas week, Monday 38. Then temperatures are back to the 40s as we work our way into Tuesday. Wednesday and Thursday, well, we're talking about the 50s in most spots. Christmas looking to be around 54 degrees. Nice. All right, let's see what Jake's getting into.
Caitlin, Cody, listen, I know you think I can be a diva. Take a look at this guy. How you doing, Howard? Good to see you. We're going to give you a preview of a pretty awesome event happening out here at the United Center. Not the Chicago Bulls, a different kind of bull. It's PBR, Unleash the Beast, the toughest sport on dirt. We're going to tell you everything you need to know coming up next right here on Good Day Chicago.
Your go-to.
Well, you always hear people saying this isn't Jake's first rodeo, which is certainly fitting because he is at a rodeo, and he's really taken the bull by the horns this morning.
He is indeed. He's over at the UC, okay, for the Pro Bull Riders Rodeo. And Jake, you look, I mean, this is an old hat for you, sir. You're a Texasman, right?
Listen, I know I wear more makeup than most men, but I do know my way around a rodeo a little bit. It's not entirely an unfamiliar concept to me. We are live out here. I know, I see you. You're handsome too. You're good looking too. We are live out here at the United Center. Normally the home of the Chicago Bulls, a different kind of bull this weekend though. It's PBR, Unleash the Beast. It's tonight. It's tomorrow night. And you know, in the last hour we talked with one of the professional bull riders, but when it comes to what's going on this weekend, our next guest, I would argue, the most important person that's going to be at the United Center this weekend. This is Jared Groney. Jared, you are the safety man. Explain to people what that means exactly.
So I'm the second line of defense behind the bullfighters. The bullfighters are the main line of safety to protect the bull riders, but if somebody gets knocked out or goes down, we can get in there and kind of help control the situation.
So take me to that situation. What has to happen? Because your eyes are on these guys. We were saying in the last hour 8 seconds, but 8 seconds is a long time when you're on the back of that bull. What has to happen for you to say, all right, I need to get involved?
Don't miss would be the first thought that goes through my mind. But it all depends upon the situation. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of people in the arena, but we want the show and the production to go smoothly. So that's I judge it based upon that.
And I think that's important too. We were talking a lot about the show, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of crazy, frenetic energy if you've never been out here before. But at the end of the day, we want these guys to be safe. We want them to be able to ride tomorrow and next week and next year. So safety, I would argue, you would know, the number one priority out here.
It's safety is a big factor, but it's the when it's going to happen, because it's going to happen. And that's part of the deal. It's an adrenaline rush.
Now, we've gone a long time in this conversation without introducing the most handsome contribution to this live shot. Tell people who we have right here.
This is Tortilla.
Of course it is. So tell people about Tortilla's role in this.
So if something goes wrong, Tortilla and I can get in there, and I'll get a rope on the bull, and then he'll help control the situation, and we can get the bull out, especially if somebody is knocked out.
Now, I know a lot of folks back in studio are asking themselves, which live shot is Jake going to get on the back of the bull? So Walker, tell me, first of all, what is the name of this bull?
Triple Aught.
This is Triple Aught. Now, what's my next move? What am I doing here? Now, you were telling me the Triple Aught, this is a fairly friendly bull in the grand scheme of these things.
They didn't tell you?
No.
You're the first guy out tonight.
I figured, because, look at me. I clearly look like a guy who would do very well on the back of Triple Aught. I got to tell you guys, Triple Aught's been very chill with us all morning long. He comes over, he gets a couple little scritches. Sometimes he goes full diva mode and says, "I don't want to talk to you." But for the most part, you got to get the braid. It's exactly right. It's a whole situation out here. But let me tell you, for people who've never come out to the PBR before, it's a can't miss event. You guys are out here, United Center, first time in over a decade. It's a fun night.
They got to come check it out. The adrenaline rush people will get, they got to come see it for themselves.
Well, guys, and you can do so for a fairly inexpensive price. Tickets start at less than $40. My man, Jared, appreciate you, man. Thank you. Stay safe this weekend. We are out here at the United Center. Triple Aught, come on back, man. Come on back. We are live out here. A different kind of Chicago Bulls are going to be out here at the United Center this weekend. It is PBR. You don't want to miss it. And if you hang on for just a couple minutes, I'll hop on. It'll be super easy. But no, what's that? Oh, God, I'm sorry. We're out of time. Don't you hate when that happens? I was just about to get on.
Jake.
I had suggested you get in one of the clown barrels. I thought that might be a better role for you, Jake. So maybe, we've still got time.
Natalie Bomb, I got some suggestions for you, too.
Oh, I bet you do. Cut the mic. All right.
Different kind of Chicago Bull. Yeah, PBR. I always thought it was a Chicago-invented beer, but no, it means Pro Bull Rider.
Pretty
this weekend
awesome.
It does. Really cool stuff. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with our 9 o'clock hour right after this.
The Chicago Wolves take on the Iowa Wild.
Welcome to Good Day Chicago at 9 o'clock. Here's a look at what's coming up this hour, including the CTA has increased security with a new plan in place, but it is still not enough for the federal government. Roseanne is going to join us live in a little bit to explain the latest details.
That's right, and a bunch of local kids will have a happy holiday season thanks to Toys for Tots. They're always doing great stuff. We'll tell you more about how you can find a toy drop-off location near you.
And we've got a special treat this Orange Friday. Former Mayor Anthony Spice Adams is joining us to talk about life after football.
That's going to be a good time. He's always hilarious.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. All right, let's take a live look outside. No laughing matter is the weather that has gone very far south this morning as we check in with Caitlin for a look at this frigid forecast out there to start this Friday morning, Caitlin.
Ryan, the weather that's gone so far north. If you think about it, the drop in temperatures, my goodness gracious. All right, let's check in there first. It is 11 degrees at the lakefront and O'Hare as well as Midway. Single digits still holding on in our western counties like in Aurora. It's 9, 7 in DeKalb, 11 at Woodstock. Northwest Indiana, you're around 10 to 15 degrees currently as your actual temperature. It's going to be cold all day today, but this morning specifically, we have those winds gusting about 30 miles per hour. So the feel-like temperature is below zero, 2 degrees below zero at the lakefront. 6 degrees below zero is what it feels like. At O'Hare, 11 degrees below zero. In Aurora, you get the point. It's very cold this morning. This afternoon, as highs climb to the 20s. At least it's going to be a beautiful day. We have sunshine expected, temperatures in the low to mid-20s as our high. Tomorrow, we have the chance for a touch of wet weather. Most, though, are going to stay dry. You can see 6 a.m. on Saturday with that pink shade, that rain-snow mix. Temperatures right around 30 degrees. Highs tomorrow, back to the 40s. It's going to be a mild Saturday and a cold Sunday. So remember that in your head. If you're making your plans this weekend, I know it's the last weekend before Christmas, trying to get in those activities. Saturday will be mild. Sunday's going to be cold. Taking a look, you can see 10 a.m. on Sunday. It'll be beautiful, but the temperatures are in the 20s. So our 7-day forecast looking at around 42 degrees for your Saturday, Sunday at 27, and then we start off next week at 38. Next week for Christmas week, it is actually going to be a very mild week. 45 degrees expected Tuesday. Wednesday around 49, a little bit of rain possible Wednesday night, and then for Christmas, how about a high of 54? Very nice. Temperatures are going to continue to melt all that leftover remaining snow throughout Chicagoland. Back to you.
The Federal Transit Administration says the new security plan for the CTA doesn't go far enough and that they need to come up with a new plan within the next 90 days. Roseanne is live this morning at the Belmont station with more.
That's right. The FTA once again threatening losing federal funding if the CTA doesn't submit a new and more aggressive safety plan within 90 days. $50 million in funding is on the line. As the FDA Administrator Mark Molinaro wrote, I'll say it plainly, CTA city and state leaders are failing transit riders and operators. Lives are at risk. So are federal funds. Well, this all comes as new security plan went into effect just this morning. The CTA and CPD saying the number of sworn officers on buses and trains increased from an average 77 per day to 120, and K-9 guards from 172 to 188. But Molinaro says the plan doesn't include targets that effectively reduce assaults and other crimes. One CTA employee we talked to this morning said there are a lot of measures in place to make riders feel safe, but when we talk to riders, not all of them do. Did you feel unsafe on the CTA?
I didn't until I started seeing some of the reports about what's going on, and it kind of just made me more aware of my surroundings. But I do get nervous for like my loved ones and other people.
It's not safe at all. I don't think it'll never be safe no matter what they do in this city.
You're not, and you don't think they're doing enough?
I know they're not doing enough. I know they're not doing enough.
Now, other riders told us they did see some of the dogs. They noticed stepped up security, and we're feeling a little bit better about that. But again, the breaking news this morning is that the FTA wants that more aggressive safety plan within 90 days, or once again, the city threatening with losing $50 million in federal funding. At the Belmont station this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago.
Roseanne, thank you. We'll see what happens next. Now, former Secretary of State Jesse White is holding his annual holiday turkey and ham distribution today. He and the Jesse White Foundation will distribute over 10 1,000 hams and turkeys to senior citizens and families in need who live on the near north side. It is the 59th year that White has coordinated the food program. They started unloading trucks about an hour ago, and they're holding a press conference right now. So we'll keep you updated throughout the day as they are spreading holiday cheer. The DuPage County Toys for Tots in Lombard is working to make the holiday special for local kids in need. It held a volunteer event last night. People were able to come out and help unload toys for kids in need. They're also working with the Medina Shriners this year. They're the organization behind Shriners Children's Hospital. We spoke with one volunteer about the importance of efforts like these, especially during the holidays.
When nothing or no one believes in you, what's there left? What are you going to turn to? We go all the way up to age 12, and think about that. That is 6th grade. Where were you at 6th grade? Did you know what you were going to do? Did someone have faith in you?
You still have time to make a difference for a child in need this holiday season. Toys for Tots has campaigns across the Chicagoland area, not just DuPage County. So if you want to donate a toy, you can find the closest drop-off location near you online on their website. You can also sign up to volunteer and help out in their warehouse. More elves.
All right, well, payback and first place in the division are both on the line Saturday night this week. Bears are facing the Packers for the second time in 3 weeks. But the game isn't the only big storyline for the Bears this week. We're joined by Lou Canellis this morning. Thanks for being here, Lou.
Let's get it going.
All right, Lou.
Come on, it's Bears-Packers. I don't want to talk about the stadium. You're not going to ask me about the stadium.
We have to.
Why? I have a problem with this, guys. We're supposed to talk about the game. The stadium can wait.
Exactly. Yeah, but why then did they bring it up now?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if the Tribune was going to beat the Bears to the story, and that forced Kevin Warren to make an announcement. I haven't talked to Kevin Warren. I don't know why he released it the other day. It's really his business. And frankly, at this point, I could care less. I'm into the Bears-Packers tomorrow night.
And it's going to be a Packers team without a certain pass rusher, Micah Parsons. And that has made an enormous difference in the spread. The Packers were a favorite a few days ago. Now, you just told me it's a 2-point edge. Bears are given 2.
Yeah, Bears are now 2-point favorites in this game, and for good reason. You can look at all the numbers, Mike, and I'll tell you what. Bears are a hungry group. We saw the way they finished that game at Green Bay at Lambeau Field 12, 13 days ago when they lost 28-21. And here we go. This is the nice pass to Alameda Zaccheaus. And then we had the touchdown run. But, of course, I'm going to look back at that opportunity. Here it is. Where he had a wide open. Guy was open. Cole Kmet was open, and he underthrew Kmet. So the Bears had their opportunity at the end of that game. I think that this Bears team has been so focused and so hungry and so upset at themselves since that moment that they are going to go out and play their best football against Green Bay. And you're right, against a Packers team without arguably, the best pass rusher in football. In all due respect to Myles Garrett, who I think may be the best pass rusher in football.
They're 1-1A.
He changes the opponent's game plan, Mike. The Bears go into this football game offensively thinking much different if Parsons is on the field, opposed to that he's not going to be on the field tomorrow night. He didn't have a sack in the last game against the Bears, but he had 7 quarterback pressures. And he had Caleb Williams running for his life. And I'm not sure Green Bay can replace a guy like that. Yeah, they've got a couple of guys, and Luke Van Ness, who was a first-round pick. Man, when you lose Micah Parsons, that's a tough loss. Also, great number I heard earlier this morning. They played at Denver last week, and they lost to the Broncos. Teams that play at Denver the week before, at Denver in the high altitude, against a bruising, physical Sean Payton Denver Broncos defense, are 0-7 the following week.
Ooh, we would love to make it open.
That's a good stat.
All right, now for the Bears, we talked about Parsons being out for the Packers. Bears, no Odunze, no Luther Burden. Who do you think fills that void? More DJ Moore, more using the tight ends, or what?
All the above. I mean, the Bears have problems at wide receiver. You know what the problem is? It's feeding all those mouths. They've got so much talent at wide receiver. Ben Johnson's talked about it, all right? the Bears have Olamide Zaccheaus. We saw the highlight there. Zaccheaus was terrific in the preseason, was terrific at the beginning of the season. He also leads the Bears with 5 drops this season. But he's a veteran. He is someone Caleb Williams feels comfortable with. DJ Moore, I'm the biggest DJ Moore fan out there. I was so happy to see him come up with the 2 touchdown grabs. And here's why the Bears, all right, are blessed with 2 tight ends who can catch the football. Cole Kmet, Colston Loveland. I expect both to be very involved in the passing game. And then they'll dip into the players that have been on the practice squad.
Secondary-wise, I watched Love to Watson, you know, in the first game, and these huge plays. What do we do to tighten that up so that we don't give them the big 45-yard strike downfield?
One of the reasons why the Bears defense has come up with 30 takeaways is because of their man-to-man defense. I'm not sure you can play as much man-to-man against a quarterback like Jordan Love, all right, who has a ton of talent at wide receiver. You brought up Christian Watson, who's going to give it a go after spending a night. Didn't actually spend the whole night, but went to a Denver hospital with a chest collarbone injury last week. They've got Jaden Reed, who is healthy now. They've got Michael Golden, who they selected in the draft. They've got a ton of talent at wide receiver. The Bears secondary will be tested in this game. Jalen Johnson still getting into game form.
Not 100%.
He will tell you himself he's not 100%. The Bears defense will be tested. Here's my worry. Jordan Love crushed the Bears, tore them up when they blitzed. It is dependent on the Bears' front 4. Montez Sweat, Grady Jarrett, Austin Book. You've got to put pressure on Love. If you give him all day in the pocket to throw the football, because of his accuracy, he is one of the more accurate passers in football. He will tear this defense up. I think that's the key, guys. I think the key is for the Bears to put pressure on Love in this football game.
Now, we haven't had a lot of success lately against the Packers. A win at home against our biggest rival entire country is watching. What would that mean for the psyche of Bears fans?
Oh, my gosh. I mean, right now, the psyche of Bears fans like myself is we haven't been this excited. We actually choose to overlook what happened in 2018. It wasn't long ago. We went through a 12-4 season and went to the playoffs. And then, you know.
With Mitchell Trubisky.
Do we have to bring up double doink again? It would be huge. Yeah. It would, you know, legitimize. Yeah, they already won at Philadelphia. They almost won at Green Bay. But to win at home against the Packers, still 2 big games left on the schedule, Brian. Did you see that one last night?
It was a crazy
Seattle
one.
And the Rams. That was one of the crazier games I've ever seen. The NFC is top-heavy. There are great football teams at the top of the NFC. But winning at home against Green Bay in a game that they should win. All right, if the Bears lose this game, they have no one to blame but themselves if they don't get to the playoffs. This is a game they should win. No Micah Parsons at home. Bears fans, you're the 12th man. I better hear you. I'll be in studio. I better hear you through the TV set throughout that football game. It would be huge for the city of Chicago.
Lou, we hope to be talking to you on Victory Monday here, man. Let's go.
We better be talking to Lou on Victory Monday.
If you're looking for a spot to watch the game tomorrow, we got the perfect place for you. We're going to talk with Kaiser Tiger to learn more about what's being offered to Bears fans there at West Randolph.
Yeah, we're also speaking to former Bear Anthony Spice Adams. He's in the house.
You got to ask Double D, okay? I mean, Double A. Anthony Adams. You've got to ask Double A about players playing in the altitude of Denver and how it would affect them the week after.
All right, he's been there and he's done it. We've also got a group of talented teams performing some holiday classic for us. So you've got the Southland College Prep Charter High School Choir helping us kick off Orange Friday with their performance of Silent Night. We'll check in with them a little bit later in the show.
Touch can mean so many things.
Welcome back, everyone. I kind of think it's against my religious beliefs to read this next story. Something don't feel right about it, but it says, okay, I'm not saying I believe, but the Queen has been dethroned. Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You has been knocked off Billboard's #1 spot by Wham's Last Christmas.
Seriously?
I said I don't.
Seriously?
It's not that I believe,
Last Christmas, I gave you my. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mariah Carey's song has been #1 in December since 2020.
I'm stunned by this.
Yeah.
That-
Both good songs, but Mariah is the queen of Christmas. Yeah.
That message brought to you by the former band Wham. All right. What if you had a basketball game and nobody showed up to see it? The University of Colorado got buffaloed by the weather, and they closed the arena to keep fans from having to get out in it. Well, the weather had an impact, even though the game was inside. Power surges caused the shot and game clocks to freeze. Look at this.
So if you do hear a little bit of cheering in the background, or you see a few fans sparsely spread throughout the stadium, those are family members of the players. For
the only ones that got the tickets in tonight.
All right, so you're saying, hey, that's exciting, Mike. Who won the game? Well, the Buffaloes did, 84-73 over Portland State.
I mean, it's kind of like a scrimmage.
Well, it reminds you like the games during COVID.
COVID,
right?
I was going to say.
When the NBA was playing in the bubble.
They've definitely played in that kind of arena before.
All right, well, if you know what Yard's Revenge is, you need to look into booking a trip to Phoenix in a few years. The Atari Hotel is supposed to start construction next year. It's going to have some really groovy 70s designs and some 80s vibes. Now, you would probably expect to be able to play a bunch of Atari games if it's called an Atari Hotel, but that detail was not mentioned. Also, there was an Atari Hotel planned here for Chicago 5 years ago, but as you might notice, it doesn't seem that appeared to have panned out.
Maybe because you can't play Atari there, kind of a detail missing.
Misstep.
Someone might be on the naughty list in Colorado. A woman says the HOA sent her family a letter over their 28-foot inflatable Santa. The HOA says that it had to come down because it exceeded height regulations. However, the rest of the neighborhood had more of a holiday spirit, you know. They began a social media campaign to get Santa back.
I did receive a call from the upper management of our HOA apologizing and letting us know that we can keep Santa and that it was a mistake on their behalf.
I love the outcome. I'm love that we came together. I'm love that Santa is staying.
Goodness, not the sign, not the
That's
sign.
the best
We
part.
stand for Santa. The family says the giant Santa will stay in their backyard through Christmas. Fight for Santa, that's right. Well, we've got a lot coming up for you later on Chicago Now, starting in the 10 o'clock hour. We're talking with OnStar to learn how it's working with NORAD to track Santa on his big day. We know 1 yard where he already is, but we're also getting some demonstrations of some awesome science experiments that you can do with your kids to keep them entertained during the winter break. I believe that starts on Monday for a lot of kids. And the newest star from Stranger Things. Whoa, this is a biggie. Joining us in studio. You know him as Delightful Derek. He's going to tell us all about his breakthrough role on the show. It's 9:21. Plenty more to come right here on Good Day Chicago after this.
Stream Good Day Chicago on your way to work.
.23 on Friday. You're looking at Navy Pier, currently being bathed in sunshine, and still a little bit of ice out there on the lake. If we get some redevelopment of ice, it is going away big time next week. A long-lasting warm-up is in store next week. It's not one of these one day here and then we're cold like we've just seen. All right, let's talk about the Bears game. And the weather, much improved over last Sunday's affair against the Browns. Tomorrow night, 7:20 kickoff temperature will be in the mid-30s. It won't be as windy, and it's going to be absolutely dry out there. So pretty ideal December weather for a football game in Chicago. Now, out there now, it has gotten cold. 11 at O'Hare, Midway, the Lakefront, Joliet and Gary among the warm spots with 14. Still some single digits. Look at DeKalb and Aurora, 8 and 9 respectively. And now, compared with 9 a.m. yesterday, it is 37 degrees colder in Chicago. And that's not even taking into account the wind chill. We still have winds that in most locations are 25 miles an hour or stronger. We have seen some 30 pluses this morning. They're trying to calm down a little bit. But this is the wind chill, 6 below at O'Hare, 7 below at Midway, 6 below at Merrillville. NIU, hopefully they're shutting down the classes there for a holiday break, 13 below 0 in DeKalb. We did see a little bit of light snow this morning. That is moving out of the area, dry air coming in from the west. And in fact, I think we're going to see a whole lot of sunshine for the rest of the day. Windy and much colder, highs only low to mid 20s, and we'll have that gusty west-northwest wind at times today. Tonight, the wind direction shifts, which means temperatures are going to start to rise overnight after dipping down pretty close to 20 degrees. Tomorrow, I think we can hit the low 40s. Small chance of a shower early in the day. Might be a wet snowflake or a little drizzle. No big deal with that. 42 for the high, 27 on Sunday. That'll be the last punch of cold air for a while. 38 Monday, 45 Tuesday. Wednesday, close to 50 for Christmas Eve with a shower. Santa's bringing some rain Wednesday night. And then on Christmas Day, mid-50s here. Be dreaming of a brown Christmas, apparently, not a white one this year. Let's look at a couple of interesting shots here. So many great sky photos came in. Paula Gauger in St. Charles giving us a look there over the Fox River Valley. These clouds being uplit by the setting sun in the wake of the rain that we had yesterday. And I believe our next submission is a video from Kathy Abretsky in Northwest Indiana. This could be her neighborhood, I'm not sure, but lots of great decorations out there. It looks like the big man himself with the reindeer getting ready for their flight next week. All right, Orange Friday, Brian, let's do something special, huh?
Yeah, we've got a former Bear in the house with us this morning, Anthony Spice Adams. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Really appreciate you being here. Now, you've been spending some more time with the Bears, got a new special role with the team. What's that experience been like for you?
Well, just being with the Bears as a player, and then now being a part of the media, it's really cool just being on this side of it and just understanding what to go through as a player and then what to go through as a part of the media. It's just a different dynamic, but I'm having fun doing it.
What's been the biggest maybe change or thing that's caught you by surprise? Because obviously you've been on both sides of this. Mm-hmm. You've answered the questions from us in the locker room, and now you're on the other side.
It's just a different type of prep. Like
okay.
when you're prepping for football, you know, you can look at the film and you can see how strong a guy is or whatever. But in the media, it's like you got to look up like backstories and understand people's upbringing and you know, just like what we're doing now. You know, you just have to prep more and understand it and do a little research before you can just get in front of a camera and just start talking.
It's not as easy as everybody at home thinks,
exactly.
right? Exactly.
Exactly.
How would you say that this new role has maybe helped you kind of transition from life outside of the field?
I think it's you just got to be on your P's and Q's. You know what I'm saying? Like you just always got to be on point. And I always try to look at everything like football. You know what I'm saying? If you're not practicing, if you're not getting in the reps, it's going to show up on film every time. They say the eye in the sky don't lie. Mm-hmm. So you got to get your practice reps in every day. And so that's what I'm doing now. Just, you know, put myself in front of a camera and then just going.
And you've been hilarious, right? On social media with all types of different skits and videos. You talked about those reps. Mm-hmm. Walk us through that process. How does that work?
You just got to put yourself in a fire. It's just like when your parents teach you how to play spades. You know what I mean? Like you can tell somebody how to do it, but you got to put them in a game. Like you just got to play, you know? So I think just putting yourself out there and then just understanding that you have all the courage and all the confidence of your training that you're going to do well when the test comes about, because in order to have a testimony, you got to be put through a test.
Amen to that. You're now able to spend a lot more time with your family. What has that been like? Because, you know, you're not going into the facility, you know, 8-10 hours a day now.
I take a lot of pride in dropping my kids off at school. Because you never really get a chance to do that when you're playing, because you always got to be in meetings.
Got a meeting, or you got to lift,
8 a.m. or something. Yeah, you got to go lift, you got to watch film, all this stuff. So I take pride in dropping my kids off at school because never really got a chance to do it. So I make sure that I drop them off every day. So that's something that's very important to me, and you know, I try to do it every day.
Now, they say that the NFL stands for not for long.
Yes.
So what would be your advice to players when they start thinking about life after football?
Just live in the moment. I would say, you know, take a lot of pictures, but put your phone down. You know, put your phone down and get in the moment, and then just take it all in, you know, and like they say, carpe diem. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Seize the day. You never know. I mean, every day is going to be different. And when you don't have 60,000 fans screaming your name and you only got your kids screaming your name, you know, it's different. But you have to embrace it and understand that this is my calling. Mm-hmm. I'm here to be a dad. I'm here to be a husband, you know what I mean? Because I didn't grow up with that. Mm-hmm. And so I know what it's like to be without. You know, so I always try to make sure I'm the best dad, I'm the best husband ever, because I know what it's like not to see that in my house.
I'm sure you're a shining example in your home.
I try, man.
I appreciate your time. Thanks for being here.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
All right, in a few minutes, we're hearing from a current Chicago Bear, Jalen Johnson. He's talking about what tomorrow's game is going to look like for his return to the field. We'll be right back.
They need to get me out there.
Fox 32 News is brought to you by
All right, there are so many places to watch tomorrow's game, whether you're in the stands, whether you're watching it on Fox 32. But if you're looking for good food to go along with it, you got to check out Kaiser Tiger. Head chef Jose Morales is here this morning to give us a look at some of their menu offerings. Chef, thanks for coming in this morning.
Thank you for having us.
Let's talk a little bit about specials that you've got. You do something really wonderful every Bears game day, don't you?
We do. We do a $30 all-you-can-eat buffet.
You said all you can eat?
Yes, sir. You heard it correctly.
I said I could come in and put the hurt on you.
Oh, please do. And we always try to incorporate something Chicago-related as well as the opposite team. So this week we're going to be grilling Wisconsin cheese curd stuffed brats.
Okay.
That's going to go against our Chicago's Polish. Little friendly competition there, but
all right. And I mean, who's going to win that?
I mean, bear down, you know.
But you admitted, your team admitted that cheese stuff, that's pretty good too.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
But the Polish is going to win.
As long as there's no ketchup, we're good.
All right. What are some of the items that you have out here for us?
So some of our crowd favorite side dish is going to be our garlic mashed potatoes, our baked mac and cheese made with our Kaiser Tiger beer.
Oh boy.
And then we have our bacon braised green beans as well. And then for the week, we'll
What's
have
the difference between a green bean and a haricot vert?
Ours has bacon in it, so it makes it better.
All right. What else do we have here?
So some of the toppings we'll be featuring sports peppers. We do our house pickled onions, some crispy fried shallots, some sauerkraut, and some beer braised onions as well.
I love the bread that you're using here to
Yes.
support these sandwiches here. We were talking in the hall. It almost looks like the same kind of bread you'd use for like a lobster roll.
Yeah, precisely. They're called split top bun. We do brioche.
Okay.
Get them delivered fresh every day.
Okay.
Yep.
We have a stone here.
Curling.
Curling. What is with the curling? And I understand that you know, you say that's heavy, and you're better.
Pounds.
You're better on the sideline than you are actually on the ice.
38 pounds. We get them imported from Canada with the Winter Olympics coming up. We're welcoming you to join us. Watch some of those games on TV. We just got some brand new TVs, awesome sound system, so you can almost feel like you're part of the event.
So, do you guys actually watch the curling?
We do while we're playing too. So
while you're playing, how many people? Like, is it your staff that's doing this, or are there teams coming in from all around? How does this work?
It's open to the public. You can book your reservations at KaiserTiger.com.
Okay.
And we do have curling masters there to assist. Any questions you have?
Do you have any? Just I hate to use the term, like yahoos coming in, think I could be a curler, and they come in with no clue as to how to really do the game.
More than you think. That's why we have beer for liquid courage.
I was gonna say, yeah, you've got inspiration there. Give us a location for Kaiser Tiger.
1415 West Randolph, right in the corner on Ogden and Randolph.
And you have a huge space, lots of banquet rooms and things.
We do,
Oh, yeah.
and we have a year-round patio. We have a heated patio for the winter, so.
So whatever the weather, were people out there last week for the game when it was 100 below zero?
They were.
Yeah.
Very lively atmosphere. So.
Okay. Do you have a favorite thing on the menu, Jose, that you like?
I gotta stick with the Polish.
With the Polish
sauerkraut with a little bit of beer mustard.
Okay. Yeah, you got the 3 different mustards over here.
We do.
Okay, and this one over here, this is your favorite, the beer
mustard. Yep.
Mustard, and that's made, I'm sure, with your Kaiser Tiger beer.
It sure is.
Okay. Did you come up with the recipe for that? Is that
I'll give
a
credit to the
brainchild?
boss for that one.
How about the hours for Kaiser Tiger? When can we go?
For the buffet, it's going to be from first whistle to the last, and then we're open from 12 to about midnight every day.
Okay, so even when the game is like a night game, that the
We'll be
buffet
there.
does not start until 7:20 when they kick the ball off, or
Before, right at 7.
right at 7. Okay, all right. Well, you got the information there. You better show up at 7 o'clock there for the buffet. It was all you can eat again.
All you can eat.
All you can eat for $30.
And $5 beers.
And $5 beers. What a deal. Chef, thanks for coming in. Outstanding stuff here. And any of this stuff, I might be able to have a bite of them. All of it. I like that. All right, we're keeping the party going on this Orange Friday. In a few minutes, we're going to check back with the Southland College Prep Charter High School Choir. We're going to get another performance from them, so don't go away.
Welcome back, everyone. It is not Orange Friday without some good music, and look at that. The sun has decided to bless us on this Friday as well. Listen, so excited about this next group because they've come back. You know, they're like Orange Friday veterans at this point in time, especially the young ladies were with us just a while ago. Now the gentlemen are here with us. You look fantastic, ready for the holidays, and it's the perfect group to get us in the holiday spirit. Southland College Prep Charter High School Choir, and before they give us a performance, we're just going to talk a little with Elizabeth Norman Sojourner. You know I love your name. We've talked about that before. Who is their choir director, and tell me your names.
My name is Morgan Smith.
Morgan? My name is Chase Brown.
Chase Brown. Morgan, you were with us before?
No, not the last time.
All right, okay, all right. So we've got some new folks, some veterans who have come back with us, and let's just start with Elizabeth. Tell me, you know, this season gets super busy. Yes. How you make sure that the choir is together, especially as the schedule ticks up.
Sure. Well, we try to stay as well as we can, health-wise. We try to stay hydrated and eat well because our performance season is really creative and busy. So we're just coming down off the heavy performance season. So we love each other. That's the reason why we're always together. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the more time you spend together, you do get some bonds.
Yes.
Right. So tell me what it means to you to be a part of this choir, this ensemble that's joined together.
Yes, it means a lot to me personally. Considering this is my 3rd year in choir, I've had the opportunity to grow with my new family and explore different aspects about myself and also learn a little bit more about choir while also singing for the people.
Singing for the people. Come on. Come on. Give us the campaign speech here. What do you look forward to in the new year with the choir, Morgan?
Well, I'm excited for our trip to New York. We are going to compete in the Heritage Music Festival, and just really excited. It's our first time going, so just excited for that new opportunity.
First time going, so at the very least, it's a new experience that you'll be able to soak up, but I just kind of believe you'll probably come home with some hardware or at least, you know, some type of recognition. We'll be rooting for you all the way. Now, what are you going to be singing for us today?
We are singing
We Need a Little Christmas.
Well, we certainly need a little Christmas, and we need a little bit more of you all. I was saying to one of their other adult supervisors here, we could have them every Friday if you would like.
We would.
Of course, the students would love it, but let's go ahead and step out of the way and let them take it away.
All right.
The professional bull riders are back in town for another exciting event, and this time they're at the UC.
Yes, Jake is there this morning to check it out for us. Hey, Jake.
That's right, guys. We are out here behind the scenes at the United Center where, you know, normally there's a different kind of Chicago Bulls that people come out to see. But this weekend is something special. Come on out and take a look at this. PBR Unleash the Beast. It is tonight and Saturday night. And we had the chance to go behind the scenes and talk with all the folks that make it possible. It's today, it's tomorrow. It is the toughest sport on dirt. And one of the reasons why is this man right here. Colton, hello. Colton, good to see you, man. Professional bull rider. Welcome to Chicago.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, man. First of all, how you feeling? You're going to be taking on a bull tonight?
Yes, sir. I feel pretty good. Tonight's the first night, and we're pretty excited about it.
Our next guest, I would argue, the most important person that's going to be at the United Center this weekend. This is Jared Groney. Jared, you are the safety man. Explain to people what that means exactly.
So I'm the second line of defense behind the bullfighters. The bullfighters are the main line of safety to protect the bull riders. But if somebody gets knocked out or goes down, we can get in there and kind of help control the situation.
So take me to that situation. What has to happen? Because, your eyes are on these guys. You know, we were saying in the last hour, 8 seconds. But 8 seconds is a long time when you're on the back of that bull. What has to happen for you to say, all right, I need to get involved?
Don't miss would be the first thought that goes through my mind. But it all depends upon the situation. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of people in the arena. But we want the show and the production to go smoothly, so that's I judge it based upon that.
All right, guys, if you want to see a different kind of Chicago Bull out here at the United Center, all you got to do is come on out tonight or tomorrow. PBR, it is an event unlike anything you've ever seen. This one's called Unleash the Beast. Tickets start at just under $40. So much fun to be had. You don't want to miss it. On that note, we're going to toss it back to you guys in the studio.
Kind of jealous that he's out there today. My kind of carrying on. All right, we'll be right back.
Happy holidays.
Bears and Packers getting ready for a huge game tomorrow night on the lakefront. Defensive back Jalen Johnson still working his way back after missing 10 games with injury.
Our Cassie Carlson got to catch up with him this week at Hallis Hall to talk a little bit more about it.
This game coming up Saturday night, I mean, I would say this is the biggest game I've ever covered in Bears history. Does this feel like the biggest game you've played in?
Honestly, it's hard to think about it like that. I mean, probably so. I mean, it's our next game, and it's an important game for us, considering where we're at in the season. NFC North on the line, NFC seeding is on the line. We're trying to get our playoff spot. So I mean, it's a lot on the line. But I think really for us, it's just the next game that we need to get to where we need to get to.
Yeah, Ben said no extra message needed this week. Everyone knows what's at stake. But this team, week after week, seems like it's at a next level of locked in and just focus and understanding that the preparation each week, is that a credit to Ben? Is it just everyone knowing the reality of what the season could be?
Yeah, I think it's really just helping us mature, I would say, as a team. And I mean, we're a young team as well, so a lot of guys haven't been in a position like this at this level. So really just grooming us and directing us in the right path. And I think we got the right guys in the locker room that are buying in and doing the extra work that needs to be done so we can have the best opportunity to win.
Dennis Allen compared the defensive availability each week as like a recipe with ingredients of what he's cooking up, and that's fitting for this week for you. But how have you noticed the way he's become the head coach of this defense and been able to really make you guys play at an elite level despite the injuries?
Yeah, I mean, it's natural for him. I mean, I think of all my DCs that I've had, I feel like he's probably the most mature in a way of conducting the crowd and really just talking to us, motivating us. And it's really been beneficial. I think he really has the guys believing in what we're doing. That's a very essential thing when you're considering a top tier defense. So I think for us, it's really just continue to buy into what he's saying and really taking heed to it and trusting what he's saying, what the coaches are telling us.
He said the interception felt like helped your confidence. I don't know that you need more confidence, but is there some truth to that?
I mean, yeah, I mean, you always want to make plays like that. But I think for me, it's just continuing to bring that confidence back in myself. Being out for a long time, you kind of don't have too many opportunities to prove who you are. So I think for me, that was just a step in the right direction. But I continue to put in the work. When nobody's watching, that gives me my ultimate confidence.
When you watch back that tape from the first game against Green Bay and all the explosive that everyone's kind of talking about, what left the worst taste in your mouth about that game that you feel like this is a get-right game in that sense?
I would probably say the third down, where I know I was one of the four that missed the tackle. I think for us, it's just finishing. I mean, at times when you're aggressive, you're going to get caught with explosive plays. So I think it really wasn't too much that we could have changed on that. I think a lot of them were good on them and good play calls for what we were running. But I mean, really just for us to have an opportunity to close out the game, that's something that we need to do and I need to do. So it's definitely something for us where even with all the explosive, we still had a chance to win. So I think for us, it's just finishing.
Is it true that Al Harris has a wall of a photo of all the interceptions with the balls?
Every turnover.
Okay, I saw a photo on Twitter and I was like, is this real or not? So it's real.
Anytime you get an interception or a turnover, rather, you sign a ball and then you get a picture in the room.
All right, so you got your photo up on the wall.
Not yet. I don't know where it's at, though, but hopefully
it's not a quick turnaround.
No, it's not a problem.
Finally, Grady Jarrett said he heard the chants of Bears fans about the Packers against the Browns. Like, what is the atmosphere that you're expecting Saturday night?
Hopefully the best one I've been a part of in my career. So I think for us, it's nothing better than, again, a primetime game against a rivalry team that is a really must-win for us at this point in the season. So, I mean, hopefully it's the best one that we won't forget.
Gear up for the holidays.